Good morning, everybody. Welcome in Head-to-Head Nation. You are watching Head-to-Head Walleye League event number 5. I'm joined by Mr. Nick Schertz. And Nick, we're over the halfway point in the season now. We can start talking playoffs. We can start talking who's in, who's out. We can start talking number 1 seed, and everything gets a little clearer the closer to the playoff bracket that we get.
Event 5, Lake Winnebago. You know, if you've watched the front end of this, it's going to be hard to follow up what happened at our last show.
Yes.
But it's getting to be that time of year where Winnebago can really turn out. You know, I always look at it as that middle chunk of June as being some of the best potential for the Winnebago system. The last 2 weeks, I feel like, you know, with the 2 big events, Merck National and Battle on Bago, it's been running a little bit behind schedule, so I feel like it's just going to go nuts here at any moment. The fish are there. They're not really looking huge like they've been eating like crazy. I feel like all the kind of cold weather we had set everything back a little bit, and now as they start to turn on the feed bag, they're on the prowl. These guys, if they find them, they should really be able to catch them good today.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, we had a real treat in the last one. Don't know if we'll see any record-breaking days today, but every win counts, and a win in the last one with 100 pounds is equal to almost a win with 10 pounds here today. We're shocked. We didn't really expect what we saw in the last one. Maybe Winnebago shows out like we've never seen before. Like you said, it's getting to be that time of year where things can really get right out here.
Right. Well, Green Bay really showed out for June. I mean, that was crazy good for there. Our last event here on Winnebago, we saw Okada with a really good weight, and he had some of those quality fish. And if you remember, they really didn't want to bite that good. He had to go super finesse.
Right.
You know, like on a day like today, if you find those fish, it should be easier to catch them faster. And there should be fish out in the mud. You know, everything's starting to pop right now.
Right.
It's a really exciting time to fish this system. We could see weed fish, rock fish, maybe not so much the rocks with the wind being down. So it'd be more like a weed / river / mud would be the things that I would target. But yeah, all these guys, event 5, there's teams that are kind of on that roll that feel like they have that momentum. Ted and Cody kind of got the ball rolling again. You have McCoy's been good all year. Just one little slip up there. Dawn and Yodar are hot. Nickel and Golke are hot. I feel like those 4 are in the driver's seat right now. That's just the gut feeling I have.
I would agree.
But, you know, it's head-to-head, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Any of these bottom teams right now, and if they win out, you know, they're going to make the playoffs.
Right.
So everybody's still in the hunt, and that's what's exciting about week 5. Everybody's still in the hunt, and they all have an incentive to go get after it today.
Absolutely. Before we take a look at the matchups, we'll pull up a little bit of that Sportomotive weather and water report, see what the conditions are we're dealing with today. 68 degrees. We got some low-lying clouds. Definitely a chance for some precipitation the later in the day we go. Certainly prefrontal there, 29.80 on the barometer. Very humid, light wind, northeast 3 miles an hour. I got some videos when guys got out on the water, and it is flat. Flat as glass out there. Water temp 66 degrees, so lower than really what you would expect for this time of year, this late into June. And water clarity obviously varying across the lake, but dirty across much of the lake with the precipitation that we have had, the blow days that we've had. So interesting conditions. The biggest thing that I see there, prefrontal. What do you think that's going to do to the fish?
I think it's setting up to be a good bite. You look at, like, going into last weekend, they had a big cold front going into the battle. And, you know, that weed bite, a lot of guys were on the good weed bite. There was good fish in those weeds. And I think Saturday morning the water temp was like 56. Really, really tanked.
Yeah.
So we're on that upswing. And I always like to say whenever it's trending up, that's a good thing.
Right.
66 is a great water temp to catch walleyes. I mean, they're going to be very active. And being that it's trending up, calm today, it should just be a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. Calm conditions, obviously, guys are going to be able to live scope. Always a strong trolling bite on Lake Winnebago, so it'll be interesting to see how guys kind of play that deck of cards. We'll take a look at those matchups right now and kind of see what we are watching today, some things to look out for as we roll into competition here. Right off the bat, we got Dawn and Yoder, number 1 seed, defending that title, our only undefeated team on the Walleye League. going up against Sean and Riley Graham. Sean and Riley have had a tough season thus far. They would love to play spoiler today, and Don and Yoder looked pretty automatic in the last one.
Yeah, and they're back in their comfort zone on Winnebago, so that's going to be a tough one for Sean and his daughter. You know, anything can happen out here. It's always, like I like to say, these fish are still moving. It's kind of like musical chairs at times, so you have a short window, that 4 hours. If you land on the right pod, anything can happen.
Right, absolutely. And then we look down the number 10 seed, all the way down there, looking all the way up, going up against Miller and Solberg. That is the Mootses versus Miller and Solberg. This will be a fun one, too. Like you said, Ted and Cody really turned it on in the last one. They looked very automatic. Not so much out of the Mootses, but we're back in the Mootses' comfort zone. And Ted and Cody, 0 so far on Lake Winnebago. Are they able to turn that around against the Mootses, or is the door wide open for a spoiler here?
It is, but I feel like the weather today sets up really good for Ted and Cody. They like to live scope fish, and it's going to be a great day for an efficient team that can have 2 people really being efficient live scoping. It's setting up really good for them, as opposed to the trolling. You know, like I say, I'd rather have that chop for the trolling. I know Mootses like to troll. You know, you got to think, okay, you really got to be thinking critical if you're going to set up like the Mootses and troll today, like, you know, add a lot of different turning in, different speed variation. You got to be thinking, okay, we don't have waves. How am I going to trigger these bites?
Right.
Do you have to pull harnesses? Do you have to fish really high? Those are things I would be thinking about if I was going to set up a trolling spread today.
Gotcha. And then we go down to the number 7 seed, the Katowskis. That's shocking to see them all the way down there at number 7, going against Nickel and Golke. In my mind, this is a 2-3, 3-4 type matchup. These are very close, very dominant teams going against each other. Nickel and Golke are fighting for a spot to stay in the number 1 seed conversation, and the Katowskis are fighting to stay in that number 7 spot and stay in the playoffs, which, by the way, is going to Beta Knock, a place that they know very, very well. So this is a critical matchup for both of these teams. I'm very interested to see how this one plays out.
Absolutely. I think the Katowskis are in that position where, like, they really need this one.
Yeah.
I mean, Winnebago's been bad for them. And, you know, they go out there with a good attitude, grind hard, try to make the most of what they find, and it's just been brutal for them. So it's going to be interesting to see. Today, I think, sets up good for their style of fishing as well. I don't think that, I wouldn't even really call them an underdog here. This is kind of one of those toss-up matches. I feel like they're due here for this place to be a little bit kinder to them.
Right.
But, you know, nothing's easy out here.
Yeah.
This place is never easy. You know, it just seems like it's time for them to kick it up. They really, really need this match. So it's going to be interesting to watch those guys today.
Absolutely. Then we look down there at the number 6 versus the number 2 matchup. Ackley and Kloss at the number 6 taking on McCoyden Lobs. We got a sub in for Mr. Steve Lobs today. Drake Hurd filling in that boat. So that'll be interesting to see how that team dynamic kind of shifts. We've seen Eric McCoy and Steve Lobs look almost automatic on the boat together. Interested to see if that duo changes anything up for them, if that's a negative or a positive. Leaving the door kind of open for Ackley and Kloss, who have looked very strong on Winnebago, undefeated so far this season on this body of water.
Right, Ackley and Kloss, they're no slouches out here. They know what to do, and like I say, anybody that's on them, they should catch them today. So both teams pretty good at live scoping. I imagine with these conditions, that's likely what they're both going to be doing. You never know. I mean, Ackley and Kloss, obviously good trollers, but I would say both those teams are going to be live scoping today. And Drake, you know, I mean, filling in for Steve, I don't think they'll really skip a beat there. Those guys travel together on one of the other tours, so it's likely they'll have a pretty decent dynamic in the boat.
Good deal.
As long as Drake behaves.
Right, absolutely. And then the number 8 seed taking on the number 5 seed. Derlene and Barry Ochoa taking on Joe Okada. Tale of two tapes here. Derlene and Barry Ochoa have gotten a tough draw this season. They've had some really good starts in some matchups, just not able to close the deal. And then Okada, we saw him go 0-2 in the beginning, looked very slow, did not look like the Joe that we were used to. And then in the last 2 events, he's really turned his season around, and now within the playoff cut, looking very, very strong. What do you see in this one?
Well, Joe obviously had a great event on Winnebago last time. I'm confident he can go out here and find fish. Yeah, Derlene and Barry Ochoa, that's a tough one, you know, because those guys, It seems like they catch them every week.
Right.
You know, and they always just seem like they're on the wrong end of it. And I don't know. I mean, I could see things going their way one of these times too. You know, another match that's going to be really a toss-up. That's one's very similar to me, like the Katowski and Nickel-Golke match,
Right.
where, you know,
Could go either way. Absolutely. Well, as we've talked about, the playoff bracket is definitely in the conversation. Anyone below that, without that number 7 on beside their name, anyone below there, 8, 9, and 10, after event number 7, they're going home. The other conversation is that number 1 seed. When they enter the bracket, whoever's got that number 1 seed will be able to sit out the first round. They get a first round bye, which is critical. We saw it last year. Lots of the top teams struggled to get out of that first and second round in the playoffs and make it to that championship bracket. Getting that automatic bid is a huge deal. And one thing to watch, like we were talking about yesterday on the Sports Couch, is look at the weight beside McCoy and Lobb's name.
Yeah,
they have 100 pounds on everybody else. They're in the driver's seat if Don and Yoder take a loss. But that's a big if. So a lot of things to watch here today.
A lot of things to watch, yes, absolutely. Don and Yoder definitely have that incentive to put their foot on the neck of this thing right now because, yeah, like you say, they're in the driver's seat.
Absolutely.
As long as they keep winning, they're in the driver's seat, and that would get them to that second round, that all-critical second round. So lots of exciting storylines today here in Event 5. Should be a good one.
Yes, absolutely. Winnebago can always be a little tough. We'll take it out on the water and see what our anglers are thinking, but stick with us. We got some very intense action for you guys out on Lake Winnebago today for Walleye League event number 5.
Forgot to put deodorant on too, so sorry about that in advance.
We're with you guys.
You're good?
No swear words. Tell us about what you're thinking today.
I was just wondering if he wore his underwear forward or backwards today.
I put it on backwards. Rally cap, rally shorts. Yeah, I don't know. Pre-fish was so-so. Kind of just found a reef that didn't have a lot of bait fish. And there's walleyes, and we're just praying to God they bite. We got no wind and some pretty clear water, so see what happens. We might be making a midday adjustment. See how it goes. John, what do you got?
Pulling crawlers and mud. That's how we want to do it. I don't know. I wasn't very good at co-angler this week.
A lot of phone calls,
A lot of phone calls.
mid-fishing.
No, we'll go. And Brody, we trust. We got to get one today. We got to take Joe down.
Yeah,
And we got to
gonna be
make it to
tough.
Green Bay.
hopefully we can put it together.
That was Don and Barry Ochoa before lines in. Now we head over to the Grams. Pretty popular area they're in.
Stupid.
Minute 30.
That could
Okay, Ryan, come up.
To go that way.
Yeah, as far as you can.
Okay.
I'll tell you how fast it cranks. You'll,
Okay.
1 minute.
yeah, just cast out and crank pretty fast like this.
Huh.
Like this speed,
Okay.
cranking.
Looking at the Katowskis from the
Katowskis
Grams
and
boat.
The Grams in the, at the
Like
41
stuck on
bridge.
something, just, you know what I mean?
Pull back.
Always a great start on a calm day to start at 41. I like this already. You should know within half hour, 45 minutes if you're going to stay here.
our number 1 seed.
Couple in that hole.
Mitchell Dawn, Kurt Yoder.
I'm going to
Water.
swing this
Yep,
way.
go ahead. Go ahead.
And we are lines in for Walleye League event number 5.
You can cut the tension in the air. Fish on.
Junk. Junk.
Yep.
Oh.
Under the gunnel.
Sheepy.
Yep.
I get the feeling that those two are looking at a big school of fish on forward facing right now. And
Doubled up.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
there we go, target species.
On the board already.
Should make it.
Wait.
That took 30 seconds.
Yeah, it did. We like that.
Ooh, I don't know if I'll make it. We will find out.
Last
There's-
time we were here, we saw the battle of 15 ounces versus 1 pound for a lot of guys.
That one's close. A little skinny though, huh? 14.
Oh, yeah.
101.
1 pound even.
Attaboy.
1 even.
I'm getting good at judging the
1
head.
minute in.
I saw the head, I'm like, oh, that might make it.
By the time you enter it.
I think
Very
that's going to be a
1
huge,
pound even submitted.
huge factor today. How many
Hey,
of
we're
those
up, Kurt.
small fish
All right.
make that 1 pound?
Right.
There's a ton of those
Still got 'em.
14-inch fish in the system.
Go left of me, I'd say. Oh, no, there's one coming right.
That one's moving a little too fast. There's a couple on top of that, it looks like, huh?
Yep.
I'll go left of
Yep.
you.
Go
Like-
like, see when we got a minute.
Like you said, very apparent that these guys have started on a pretty
You like
good
that
group
seat
of
that
them
high?
here.
No. I have little man syndrome.
Let me get on this fish first.
All right.
He's coming.
Would seem that
Moving
these
slowly.
two understand how important this is. Right
Yeah.
now. They know that they're looking at number 2 if they drop one.
Feels
so.
like junk.
Okay.
Oh, hang on.
I'm here.
Junk.
You need one?
Yeah.
Another sheephead for those guys. But very apparent they have started around a lot of life this morning.
We haven't even got to it yet.
Target-rich environment, Tyler.
Absolutely. I like
That's
it.
what you're looking for.
Oh, I like that one. I'm just going to kick us right just a
Yep,
hair.
go ahead.
Over to the number 10 seed, Joel Moots, Ashlyn Moots. You called it. Setting up for a trolling pass this morning.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough through 4 shows that these guys, that's their
deal.
That's definitely
Absolutely.
their deal, and we know it can work. We've watched how like Mike Lewis, Ryan Foster last year, Captain Keller, and Larry Eaton last year. You know, they stayed in their wheelhouse. They got those wins.
Right.
So it definitely can work out for you. It's just making those adjustments on a day like today when you have to troll in flat, calm water. It can be
Right.
really tough to get bites. First look this morning at Solberg and Miller. Just a sheet of glass.
Yes, it is.
Ted, you want to give me a hand? Take that off for me.
Yeah.
Cody with a non-target species.
Looked like a walleye. It wasn't.
Cody is also working with a broken right hand today.
That's kind of rough.
Yes. That would be his casting hand. That is coming straight from his partner, Ted Miller. So,
Well, those drum are going to wear him out today.
oh yeah.
One thing about, you know, they should be able to get it down today, but I mean, the smaller drum, those small ones that are in that 1 pound range,
Right.
those are the ones that fool you a little bit.
Absolutely.
They don't quite have that much different of a profile of a walleye. You know, they look like a nicer walleye. You know, you get used to it after a while, but those are the ones that can fool you, like Cody said there. It looked like a walleye. Once they get a little bigger, it's pretty easy to tell.
Right.
These guys appear to be just kind of out in the mud, looking at roaming schools of fish. No bug hatch, should be hungry fish. Now this is when you want to think about looking for those multiples. You know, it seems like you find a little pack of them.
Right.
You can get a bite a little bit easier, and sometimes those aren't the right fish for like a Big 5 tournament, but for this, you know, that's what you're looking
Yeah,
for.
that's
Those easy bites, you know, where you get some competition out there.
That can be the deal.
Ted dropping a little worm on him, running his dual sniper pole program. I was thinking maybe a ghillie suit on a day like today, but that's kind of a Winnebago mud ghillie suit
Oh yeah,
right there.
I would say.
Get yelled at in the first 2 seconds.
Eric McCoy, Drake Hurd, taking on Ackley and Kloss.
Right, it appears they're going to team up on the front end here.
Yep.
As opposed to, you know, the typical sniper program in the back. There's a target species.
I think it's a little small, but sorry.
Oh, there's a lot of those little small ones here. You know, it's just a matter of what I said earlier.
do it,
It's
you
going to
got it.
really come down to
I
those,
got it.
how many do you get that are 15 and how many you get that break a pound.
Right.
Just a touch small, I'm going to say.
Yep.
That's a little fat one. It looks like it might make it.
Fish, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Might be a 1-1.
gonna be right there.
Come on, open up. £1 even.
One
Look
even.
at that. We
Nice.
got on the board. Told you, I'm an extreme net man today.
Look at Drake.
Hear that going off.
Feverishly trying to quick
Oh, yeah.
one before he loses the pole position.
Yeah,
We've all been there.
Recording
been
new
there.
catch.
Yeah.
Actually, let me show you this, Drake. Okay. So it's record new catch.
Yep.
Select angler. 1 pound, 0 ounces. Submit catch. Okay. Here's one, Eric. Yep.
Winnebago double, almost.
Oh boy.
I don't think that one's gonna make it. I don't think so. We even got to keep my crawler.
Flirting with the line.
Like so, Kevin?
Mr. Drake Hurd weighing his first head-to-head fish.
Good.
12.
Yeah.
$12 Not going to go towards the total, but it is going to go towards the biggest dink. Tiebreaker.
Already got the graphs all dirty. Sorry. All right, record new catch, select angler. I'll just say I'm Steve. 0 pounds, 12 ounces.
Both of you think. 21, right?
Don't we need to record the first one?
I believe we record the first one until we get to 15.
Okay.
It shouldn't matter now that we have 1 pound though.
Okay.
Still relevant.
Absolutely. As wild as it sounds, a 100-pound tie would come down to the biggest dink.
It's not either way.
Kind of get the feeling both McCoy and Drake and Don and Yoda are fishing rocks.
Yeah.
That was a good start.
Yep.
So the front end of this
Wouldn't
day
get
is going to
ripped.
be critical for them for sure.
Without a doubt.
Right there. I think you're long.
Yep. Pick it up. No, he hit it, but he didn't grab it.
Go a little faster just to play a little
Yep.
defense.
Yep.
Bless you.
That one just followed me right to the boat.
There.
Yeah.
So both those guys, I feel like we're watching golf right now.
Yeah,
like
I know.
gotta whisper. I don't want to spook their
It is, yeah, it's so still out there.
Couple there.
Yep. Need to get this 35-foot stuff down.
Eric McCoy, 25-foot putt.
Now, just from what I'm watching, I'm assuming these guys are throwing to fish on live scope. That's pretty apparent. Now, they're letting their baits drop below them and dragging them along the bottom, if I'm reading this correctly, right?
Yeah, if they're fishing rocks and it's calm like this, it's kind of a double-edged sword. You want to look.
45.
All right, I got a couple following. I'd go with the 50, yeah.
You definitely
Yeah, try the 50.
want to look for those marks that are a little bit up, because it seems like when they're feeding a little bit, they're just up a little bit. If they're right on the bottom, you can get them to follow, and that's, you know, I mean, you might catch them, but I mean, it seems like if you find those ones that are just up a little bit, they're out like a wolf pack of them hunting,
Yep.
game over. So right now, Eric's probably targeting some of those fish on bottom, and like he said, he watched one dry, you know, even bump it and didn't bite. A little bit negative this morning. Get a little bit of breeze. The rocks can be tough when it's not
Jason.
when it's not windy.
Right.
Rocks can be tough.
Yeah, I know.
There you go. Think that's too short? That should be fine, right?
That should be good. There aren't that
Might
big
even go
fish.
shorter. One thing when you're fishing for these ones that don't want to bite up on it, you know, when they grab it and don't bite on it, you know, don't be afraid to use even half or less than half, you know, even a little bit less than
Trying to recycle this one, but
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Feels like a lot of mud.
First look at Ackley and Klaus.
Yeah, you want to eat it. I know you want to eat it. Come on.
Down 1 even currently.
Yep,
Bob
I think
hooks
so.
up.
Hooked up.
Oh, he's a little guy. Never mind. He's a little guy. He's a dink.
We should still weigh him.
Yeah.
Look at that on the stinger.
Well, he's got the stinger under his chin, so
Is he?
I don't think he's going to count.
He's not going to count.
I don't think that's going to go.
Somebody's phone on the ground.
It's got to go into the mouth though. It's kind of through that membrane. It's not really.
Not really. Okay. Let him go.
I mean, maybe, but it's all right. It'd be really hard to see that on camera. That little teeny piece of hook there. That's right. Well, whoop, one little start. Not the right size.
Life and activity, though, a good sign.
Yeah, and Bob saying straight out, you know, you couldn't quite see that stinger poking through inside the mouth. I mean, obviously that fish tried to eat his hair jig, but gives it the benefit of the doubt and doesn't record that one. It's plainer by the book.
That's right.
The fish didn't quite have enough resistance to that treble.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's a rock.
Oh.
El Rocco. Oh,
Rocks.
oh, there we go.
You think Bob likes hair jigs?
I do.
Oh, I got a
He's
couple
pretty
more
comfortable with
drops
those
here.
things, isn't he? The Die Hard.
With Die Hard Angling, Golke Outdoors, Alec Nickel, Damon Golke. Since that first loss of the season to Ted and Cody, they have been undefeated. Looked very strong in the last one. The last time we were here on Bago, they looked very strong as
I got
well.
Another one. I'm gonna let him eat it for a second. I don't know if this one's a walleye or not, though.
Good
Definitely
look.
letting this one eat it longer.
Peek at Alex Garman in the front.
And he dropped it. No, he didn't. What a walleye.
Alex hooked up with a small one.
That first one I lost was
Here
way
we go.
bigger. You got one too?
Yeah.
Hey, he's swimming with it. All right, there he is. Need a net.
Decent.
All right.
Damon Golke with a nice fish. Ooh, that one's gonna make
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Hang
Not a giant, but that's definitely a keeper.
Hang on. There we go.
There we go.
There it is.
Nice fish. I got one right here though too.
A little double trouble.
That one. Crawler.
Yeah.
Gullet.
Hey, yeah, dude, it's gone. I can't get mine out either. Okay.
Come on.
All right. So mine, I'm not. Oh, we have to weigh our biggest stink.
Yep.
So
Weigh that thing.
Yep, weigh that thing.
Hot action for these guys.
Yeah.
Picking up right where they left off.
Yep, it's pretty typical every time we get in this boat that there's some craziness going on.
No, that's okay.
They had quite a fire drill at our last Winnebago event at the mouth of the river. Just cracking fish.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of
8
these
ounces.
small ones.
If it lasts,
Half
perfect.
pounder?
8 ounces. All right, let's see that one.
Yeah.
I don't think that affected anything.
This one will get us on the board here. Yeah. Go right to the camera. We're going to clear that. Zeros.
Wait, hold on.
No
Clear it
zero.
again. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's zeros. All right. Okay. I know you're going to the scale. I know. Okay.
I got
I'll release you.
8-ounce
It's
stink.
fine. All right.
8 ounce stink.
Get down here. There we go. Those are the ones we want. Come on, get two. Get two. Okay, I gotta lean it this way.
I know where they are.
Too even.
2 pounds. Nice.
Yeah.
I almost entered my dink as 8 pounds. That'd be a real nice upgrade.
Show you guys. That's a bag of walleye. Definitely not 7-pounders from. Oh boy. Hey,
Oh,
that
he's
other guy
pull
knocked
me.
him?
looks like
Pull me over here. I'm gonna see if I can flip that.
Revive him.
Yeah,
Grab the
revive him a
net.
little
Grab
bit.
the net. See if you can grab the net and revive him real quick. I'll enter your fish for you. 2 pounds exactly.
2 pounds exactly.
Okay, submit new catch. Both our fish are in. Largest dink, 8 ounces.
Come here, little buddy.
gave those guys a
Real
second
game
to
loose
get
on
those
that
jitters off.
Yeah.
Try to revive that one. They really didn't have that fish out of the water that long.
No.
You know, it's that time of year.
Yep.
If you happen to
School
notice,
catfish.
there was a little bit of weed on that back graph and none on the front.
That's true.
Those guys were basically hugging a weed line.
Good program this time of year on Bago.
Nice deep standing weeds for those guys they were in.
Where are we? Oh, we're kind of right on it.
Back in with McCoy and Lobs. They're up one even.
Yep.
That early keeper for Eric McCoy. Got them on the board.
Yeah, last time we had them on, we had a double right there, and they were definitely looking at a bunch more that were following.
Right.
They're hooked up now.
Never mind, don't throw into them.
Don't throw into him.
Plenty of farm animals out there as well.
One of those smaller drum, the ones that seem to trick you the most.
That crawler's bad luck. Just about hooked our hooks together.
Get that stinky sheephead crawler off of my
Yeah,
jig.
no, I don't want nothing to do with
Right
that.
back in.
Cody and Ted looking for their first fish.
Ted hooked up.
No net,
Ah,
non-target species.
farm animal.
Oh, I almost just thought about throwing that.
Come on, Ted. Head-to-head veteran. You know how this goes.
Stay out of jail.
Come on, really?
Got plenty of targets to throw at. He didn't have any hesitation
No.
there. Didn't even really have to
Yeah,
look around.
did not have to move that sniper pole at all. These two on a very interesting program. Cody did a great job on his YouTube channel breaking down exactly what they were doing in the last one. Ted hooked up again.
Part of the deal with these big schools of fish in the mud The walleyes and the sheephead kind of travel together. It can be
Right.
tough. You definitely are going to have to plow through some.
I can see walleye
Some
sitting
drum.
there.
It doesn't help when the sheephead are more aggressive
Yeah,
than the walleyes.
that can be a very large problem.
Easy to keep it in front of their face today, though.
Yeah, no kidding. Easy to stay on target. First look at the man in blue, Mr. Joe Okada.
Joe also looking for that first bite.
Definitely got to feel like he got a little favor in the last one. The lowest winning weight on the Bay of Green Bay, but still got the W. Got himself back to 2-2 on the season.
He's
Hooked up.
Oh, it is a walleye.
It is a walleye.
Oh, that one's going to be right there at that line, too.
There is a ton of those, like 13 to 14 and a half inch fish in this system right now. There must just been a mother load year class.
All right. One
Make it
pound.
One even.
Is that one
That's
pound?
3 of those we've seen that have went the
Falling the right way.
One even.
1 pound.
Take them how you can get them.
One pound at a time.
Sheet of glass where Joe is at. You very rarely see that lake look like that.
We have not had a lot of those conditions this year, that's for sure, Tyler.
Well, that gives me hope because there were several fish like that the other day that were right on the brink, and that's good to see.
That one even gives Joe the lead over Derlene and Barry Ochoa.
Yeah, it looks like Joe's kind of picking up right where he left off.
Yeah,
Might even be in a similar area there.
I was going to say,
Pretty dang close to the same area.
looks pretty similar to me.
Maybe a little bit different part of the structure, but. And he is
Hooked up again.
Hooked up again. If you can keep those things rolling.
No, not those things.
Everybody's going to catch their share of those today.
Oh,
and then my
yeah.
share and your share as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. You guys can get my share for a couple of days if you don't mind.
Dang it, I was hoping we'd get on a roll there, Doug. We will.
There's a good look at 7 foot, nice tall standing weeds. Beautiful picture of the Garmin.
See it right there.
Oh,
Suspending.
See the
too. It's
target
coming up high.
halfway down, 30 feet. Couple more fish.
There it is, right in that gap. Oh.
45, there's a nice
Hot.
one, and there's a nice one at
Oh, dude,
55.
that's a bigger one too.
hot, hot, hot.
He's got it.
Got a swimmer going.
He's running away from us. Let him have it for a second, guys.
Giving him a nice long time
There's
on
like
that
3 of them
worm.
that race down for it. Good one, if it's a walleye.
Boy, those set up like
Yeah,
walleyes.
it's a walleye. Might make it.
Certainly look good on the screen.
Might not though.
Looks like one of them.
Bigger dink though, probably, but
Just good.
yep.
Really a good sign when you're in those weeds to see those fish set up mid-column.
Really high up in the weeds again, and there's 3 of them just came out of nowhere and all
That's a
chased.
good
Every
sign.
one.
Yeah.
These fish are gonna bite today all day for these guys.
Remember, you can still put in our biggest dink too.
Yep, zeros. Yeah, I know. We gotta weigh our dinks until we have a 15 ouncer. Hey, buddy, open your mouth. I bet she's bigger than 8 ounces.
14.
Locked in at 14 ounces. Can't get much bigger than that.
Well, you want to reweigh them just in case it hits 15? Can't get any worse.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I don't. He hit 13 first.
Okay.
All right, 14 ounce dink.
Yeah, that's a very good sign for nickel and gold key and not a very good sign for the Katowskis.
This is exactly the kind of bite that you want to be on a
right
day
there.
like today because
If I need
it's
it
so
for one
much
of the smaller
easier when
ones,
it's
I'll
calm.
grab it because I'll still net the ones that look close, but at least we can.
Looks like Alec has his front garments set at about 60 feet. You know, you kind of bring that, dial that thing in when you're in those weeds. It helps pull those
They're pretty
bases
aggressive
apart
so
and
far,
see
though.
those fish sitting
Yeah,
in between those
Like when they
weeds.
see it, they want it.
They've definitely wanted it, but well, I've seen a lot of aggression, but I haven't seen them eat it really yet.
Maybe it's that slower fall.
Yeah, I'll try it here in a second.
It's just crazy that we're trying to pick marks out of this many weeds, but it's where they're hiding. I'm amazed that you could just rip them out of there without getting a big mess. Oh.
Here's our first look at the Katowski brothers in their boat. We got a shot of them from the Grams, boat to boat before we went lines in.
Just over a half hour in there, giving that 41 bridge a little bit of time to see if it's going to spit out any fish.
Right.
It's hard to say for us what the current is like out there, but you definitely need a little bit of current for that to kick on. We've had a little bit of rain, so man, you'd think it would spit out a few fish for these guys.
Right. Certainly starting in a high percentage area.
Fish.
Nick hooked up front.
Got time or no?
Yeah.
A lot of different species hanging around this bridge
Doing a lot.
with the drum and the cats, so
Drum.
Yeah. You on that or?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if it's a walleye, it's a good one.
oh, and there's a lot of big drum that hang out in this area. That's a good one.
Well, the old sheepers, creepers.
Big old hubcap.
Oh yeah.
That definitely didn't fight like one. Old drum. Plenty of those out here.
You want to grab the other worms for you?
Huh?
You want to just grab another thing of worms for you?
Yeah.
Looks like they've slid towards the center a little bit more.
Color change. A little darker. At least the sheephead wanted to eat it. See what that means.
Jigging a crawler for Andrew, Winnebago staple.
These guys kind of casting upstream, kind of crawling, just dragging that jig over bottom, tumbling downstream for those fish that are set up at the bridge and waiting for some bait to come through.
Sure, a lot of our viewers have been on the Winnebago system, probably fished this spot, but to kind of explain what you got going on here, because this is always timeless staple of a spot on the Winnebago system.
Just that big neck down, you know, that Upper Lakes pinch point. There's the Winneconne pinch point, and then into Butamore, and then you have the 41 bridge, the big pinch point going into the river, where all these fish that, when they spawn, they hang on for a long time in those upper lakes if there's a lot of bait up there, and then they start trickling back, and they kind of go back all summer, and some of those fish just reside in that Butamore/river area and basically come in and out off of these rocks by the bridge to feed, and there's a lot of good boulders and junk down there for these fish to set up on and ambush food, and a lot of snags.
Plenty of snags, lots of lead down there on this hole.
Yeah, one of them's got it. Let him eat it for a while.
Alec, not afraid to give these fish a little time. I like it.
Oh, he dropped it. Man, no, he didn't.
There he is.
Just swimming at you.
Little guy.
Little guy, you gonna both flip him?
Yep.
Little drizzle coming down in their area. Oh, look at that thick clump out
Hand me
there.
that scale.
Is it 15? Otherwise, just put them in as an ounce.
Yeah, I don't know though.
Yeah, I'd weigh that one.
Yep. All right. Oh, I didn't show the zeros here. Let's show those. The arrows. Just make sure you've seen them. I seen them, but you didn't. Okay. I don't think he's gonna make it though. No. He's smaller. Okay. Don't even matter. Center him as a dink. Ooh, gotta flip my phone upside down, otherwise you're gonna get that rain on it.
Just don't know.
Center it as 1 ounce, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. We haven't been catching many dinks lately. We're on Green Bay. Them don't happen. And if they do, we got other issues.
You call the 4-pounder a dink.
That was a dink. For up there, at least.
These guys definitely got spoiled in the last one. We all did. That was a lot of fun to watch.
They're doing a good job catching them again today. I feel like this could, you know, they could go off and they just find that right pod swimming around those weeds. I'm sure there's a pod of those 2 to 3 pounders swimming around in there.
You seeing what you want to see or no?
A little bit here and there, but not a lot.
There's a big one, looks like, if it's a walleye. See him sitting there, 45 feet away? And I didn't make it.
First look at the mooses, pulling the boards around.
Forgot that side I launched you on didn't have any cleats.
None of the sides did.
The other side does.
Oh,
On the dock.
sure don't look like there was any.
Well, maybe they're all broke off. People have done that. Tie your rope on it and there's a fish.
Fish on.
Hey, hey.
I forgot he runs that tree in the front of the boat. I'm like, where?
Yeah, where are the rods?
Turn around this way.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe. There might be one on there. You might be dragging something. Either got weeds or Maybe not. Maybe just weeds.
Get a look what
Just weeds.
we'll get a look at what these guys are pulling today.
Yeah.
Hang on. Get the muck off it. And we're gonna check that other one. That other one looks kind of funny.
Moots is sitting at that number 10 seed, more than likely have to win out the rest of the season to have a chance. That weight, not going to do them any favors. That's your number one tiebreaker to get you into the playoffs. If you're tied at record, is your season total weight. Got a wide gamut in that department. Moots is at the bottom currently with about little less than 30 pounds on the season, all the way up to your number 2 seed with the highest weight of the season, Eric McCoy, Steve Lobbs, over 200 pounds, well over 200 pounds on the season.
They're probably pushing 3 by this point.
Yes.
They were over 2 in a couple events there. I think 230 with 2 Green Bay events, so.
Yeah. 120 pounds in the last one. Impressive feat. We've seen some very good fish catching days on Green Bay for those guys. Some really nice ones too, so. Not sure exactly what we got going on here. I think we're probably just checking the spread.
He may have had something that, I think Joel thought there might have been some weeds on one of these ones too, so. It can be tough with those fish that are in that 13, 14 inch range. If they grab on, sometimes they're just coasting along and barely pull the tattle flag back, but I think he said he's got some weeds on the board.
Like you said, though, on a day like this where things are so still and so calm, moving those things around, doing different stuff with them, not the worst idea in the world, probably.
Keep going.
Making sure everything's tracking true, everything looks right.
From my years of experience, all I can tell you is when you're trolling, you want to be busy.
Yeah.
Even if you're not catching them, you should be busy. Because like I said in one of the earlier shows on Winnebago, if you get all 6 rods in on your prime spot and you don't have a board back yet, it's time to start thinking about changing up the rotation.
Adjustments.
And now in this calm weather, you want to be pulling figure 8s, slowing them down, speeding them up, pulling them high, pulling them low. You need to do something to trigger a bite.
Right.
Joe may have moved a little bit. Maybe not.
Seems to be working that same program or something real similar to what he did the last time we were on Bago. Light line, light jig. Chunk of crawler on there.
Joe, where he's at, I feel like he could be on the outside of some tall standing weeds right now as well. Similar to what Nickel and Golke are on, and what I think, you know, other than mud, what I would be doing today is looking for weeds or mud. That's kind of what I said in the pre-show. I'm standing by that. Joe's hooked up. And those rockfish can be tough without wind. So
Right.
See what he got here still.
That one should go.
That looks like it's going to make a pound, huh?
I would say going to be right there.
The faster you open them up, the faster I get you back. Okay. One, two.
1-2. Joe's biggest one of the day. Got a 1 even and a 1-2 in the bucket now.
Pulls his average up to a 1-1.
Hey, on Winnebago, as long as that average can stay above that 1 pound mark.
It's painfully slow to comb through these weeds, especially for these little ones, because they don't just all stick out like sore thumbs. You almost, for some of them, you almost have to create movement when you come over the tops of some of the weed clumps just to expose the life that might be there, because you don't always see everything.
You called it right there.
Definitely all about angles when you're looking at the deep weeds. All about angles, because you know those fish can just kind of hide if they're behind the stalks, and you kind of have to just kind of pick your way around in there.
Right.
Just beautiful conditions for it though today. Perfect, easy presentation, and these fish are usually eating if they're in these weeds. So
Absolutely.
That's why these guys are catching them. It's just crazy to me how you could be in the same depth in these weeds as the guys on the rocks, and those guys are having the follows. They're having the, oh, he bit it, but he didn't grab it.
Right.
There's just something about that comfort zone in the weeds that these fish are in there. They're kind of reacting to any kind of movement like it's food. It's just a good deal. It's always good in these conditions. Whereas if it gets windy, the fish pull out of the weeds, and that's when you want to be on the rocks in this system.
Not super tight to the bait, probably working that 7 to 8 foot range. Hooked up again. Headed for the net.
Going for the net. Looked like, did you see that reaction?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, okay, this one we need the net.
When he made eye contact with it.
The way he reacted, I'm assuming that one's going to make it too.
Yeah.
There we go.
I would say.
There we go. That one's a little bit bigger than a cover a piece of toast.
Yeah.
A little bit better than a walleye sandwich. That's 2 walleye sandwiches.
Yeah, at least.
1-5.
1-5.
Little by little.
Little bit better.
Yep.
Average is going up.
Picking that average up.
£1 pound, 2.33 ounces right now. We're kicking her up.
Yeah, and if Joe can get this deal going.
You know what? This is exactly what I envisioned today, is somebody trying to stack up, you know, over the course of 4 hours, trying to put 20 of those 1 pounder, 1-to-1 floors in the boat, because this system is just inundated with those fish.
You can really, you know, the weeds are all standing up nice, and you can go slow and really really look thoroughly to see what's crawling through these things.
Like you said, those flat, calm conditions make it ideal for trying to pick your way through here.
Right, so if you're a fan and you're watching today and you haven't done a lot of live scoping in weeds, it can be very tedious. You have to just study those gaps and you'll see one of those fish, usually suspended in the weeds. It's all about getting the right angle, getting a bead on them. Typically you want to run your out range down, you know, somewhere in that 45 to 60 range.
Yep.
It just helps pull those stems apart a little bit, and you can get a little bit better picture of what you go on. This is really where like having a 16 or bigger inch screen really helps.
Yeah, you see Joe getting tight to the screen there, being able to pull that thing either bigger screen or pull it closer to your face where you can really see it. And a lot of times you're not even looking for those crystal clear, perfect orbs within the weeds, right? You're looking for movement, any kind of different density within the weeds. This is a technical way to fish, and it takes some time to really get intimate with it. But once you get dialed in, man, you kind of feel like you got X-ray vision, being able to see within the clumps of weeds and in the gaps and stuff.
It is truly awesome when you get it figured out and it's conditions like this, and you know you can just basically go shopping through there.
Right.
I feel like Joe's really getting in the zone right now. We're less than an hour in. He's got 3 keepers on the board, and I don't know. I think he's going to runaway train this thing today.
Not a good sign for Derlene and Barry Ochoa, not at all. See just how slow he's working through those areas. A lot of times when you're thinking a live scope and you're thinking troll motor on 7 or 8, really high bypass looking for fish, but that is not this.
Yeah, you definitely have to take it down a click from that hunting mode. It's different than hunting open water for
They're starting to
sure.
get so thick on this side that I can't really cast in them.
These guys doing?
I'm gonna fall right down in them.
Mitch Dawn boated a 1.5, adding to their total. Fortunately, we did not get that catch, but it is on the board, opening that gap up a little bit for a number 1 seed.
Nickel and Golke just picking apart a weed bed here as well.
Looking ahead a little bit, we talked about it earlier, kind of as we get closer to these playoffs, really seeing where everything sits. I kind of ran through in the last one who I thought was safe and who I didn't think nearly had that opportunity, but Mitch and Kurt at that number 1 seed certainly do not have the easiest road ahead of them.
Got it.
Schedule coming up here.
Hey, this is a better one. If it's walleye.
Alex hooked up.
Walleye, good one.
Where the heck?
It's a walleye.
Up here.
They're just not seeing a ton of drum in there.
No.
There we go. That will make a pound.
No, and you do typically see less in the weeds, right?
Really, really thick weeds. There was a couple of.
Yeah, you see some 2s and 3s. You rarely see a big pack unless it's in one of those bigger openings in the weeds.
Right.
A lot of times when the carp come in and spawn on Winnebago, you'll find like a bigger opening in the weeds where there'll be a big school of fish.
Let's get this.
But a lot of times it's 1s, 2s, 3s. Once you get keyed in like Alec is to like how high they're sitting, it just gets better and better.
If he wants to open his mouth. They're not good at that. There we go.
Unless it's a night growler.
1.8. Locked in at 1.8.
Pound and a halfer.
Yeah, buddy.
These guys have had our 2 best fish today.
Hey, the day isn't going too shabby. I mean, we've got a lot of dinks around, just trying to pick out them bigger marks and make sure we're pitching on them bigger marks and getting them marks to go. We definitely think with the clouds it's helping us today being flat calm. Flat calm's always tough, especially on Winnebago, but I do think that the clouds are going to help us today carry on this bite a little longer. So Okay, I'll record that. 1-8.
Nickel and Golke starting to get a little dialed in. Okada starting to get a little dialed in. Still some teams sitting on the goose egg, including the Katowskis. Not a great sign for them, for Nickel and Golke, to really get this weed deal going.
I think you can count on Nickel and Golke chipping, adding on all day today. And I mean, the bad thing for the Katowskis is they're starting to see some of those 115. Are they at about a 2 and a 1? You know, a couple better quality fish.
Right.
So if they can keep finding them, they're going to be fine today. Katowskis really need to get this train moving a little bit.
Yeah. We've said it time and time again with these two on this body of water. Winnebago obviously not their friend, but the way this season is structured, taking a loss in the last one on the Bay of Green Bay puts them in a very tough spot. All of a sudden, if you're banking basically on 3 losses on Winnebago, you pretty much have to win out on Green Bay in order to stay with a winning record. Unfortunately, dropped one in the last one to Ted and Cody. So now they're going to have to pick up a win somewhere else. Their biggest favor at the moment is that total weight that they have going for them right now. Over 120 pounds on the season. That tiebreaker, I feel like they are in the driver's seat if a team is able to make it in with a losing record, but that's a big if.
That's the wrong flavor.
Yeah or no?
No. No.
Little change up for these guys, fishing the pilings.
Plenty of fish in that area.
Slid back from
Stay.
41 into the river a little bit. You'd think today there has to be a little bit of current if they can dink and dunk a
You
little
never
bit
lose the junk fish, remember that.
through the river and maybe find a pot of them that can
Right.
do a little damage. Should be able to find some fish in the river today. Still have breathing room, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
the thing about the river is that they get one fish, they could wipe out that whole board where
Right.
Nickel and Golke with the charade. Catch one nice 4 or 5 pounder in the river and that erases that, but they need to find that fish. I like what they did. They gave 41 Bridge about 45 minutes, and that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, both of those teams, the Grams, have also moved away from the 41 Bridge. 2 teams started there. Neither of them are on the board yet.
Looks like Dawn and Yodar added another one. Unfortunately, their comms are down, so
Did not get that one.
they're
but
sitting at 310 with Grams is on 0 yet.
correct. We are at the end of the first hour here.
Oh, there's a fish.
See what we got here.
Hang on.
Waiting for him to tell me to run for it.
Non-target species.
Crank that drag down for Kyle.
All right. Just over. End of the first hour here. First quarter is in the books. We'll take a look at where the scoreboard lies at this point in the day. Right off the bat, Don and Yodar, 3-10 in that first quarter. Decent little start for him, puts him on a solid pace, a winning pace for what we've seen on Winnebago, especially with the Grams still sitting at zeros. The Mootses versus Miller and Solberg, I'm surprised to still see this one dead knotted at 0-0. Both teams looking to get on the board there. The Katowskis, like we just talked about, in a little gap to Nickel and Golke. Nickel and Golke got 3-8 on the board so far. Just one for McCoy and Lobs for 1 even. Saw them put a couple smaller fish in the boat. Kloss and Ackley also a dink in that first quarter. Unfortunately did not go towards the scoreboard. They are still at 0-0, so McCoy and Lobs a slim lead there. And Mr. Joe Okada's got a little something going. 3-7 in the first quarter. No giant weights right off the bat. A little bit of a slow burn here on Lake Winnebago, but we will be right back after a quick word from our sponsors here on Bago to see how this deal shakes out.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportamotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportamotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportamotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
Welcome to the Reel Shots Farewell Celebration. For 15 amazing years, you've made us your trusted fishing tackle store. We've loved being a part of your fishing adventures, from the quiet days on the water to the thrill of the catch. Thank you for making the Reel Shot your home away from home. 15 years of laughter, learning, and unforgettable moments. Here's to every cast, every catch, and every story shared.
Everything must go. Enjoy 35% off store-wide, 50% off frogs, and 50% off all ice fishing gear. Get the gear you love while supplies last.
Thank you for being part of the Reel Shot family. We'll see you on the water, where the memories live on.
Looks better than you two, schmuck. Yeah, no kidding.
The Grams have done some moving around this morning, making some adjustments. talked yesterday on the pre-show with Craig on the sports couch that, man, if I'm the Grams in this kind of dire position, obviously they both plan on being in the playoffs, not the season they've been looking for so far, sitting at the number 9 seed, you're really in a position to swing. You got nothing to lose. You pretty much know that you have to win out to get in a playoff position. So if it's not working, give it 20 or 30 minutes and make a move. Let's try and mix this deal up. Even if you're seeing fish on the screen, we have to find biters at this point.
Yeah, it appears Sean throwing crankbaits. He started out throwing some of the big cranks at the bridge too. Yeah. I mean, he's got his daughter throwing a crankbait. He's pitching a crawler obviously right now, but staying with the Upper Lakes deal. Yeah. Looking for that big bite. You know, typically this time of year you get some of those bigger bites on the Upper Lakes. Sorry, I was talking over Sean there. I couldn't quite hear his comms.
Hooked up, missed one. Nipped them in half.
Leave it like that. Trust me.
Yeah, on these tougher days, man.
Man. And when they want to carry half of it, that's what you put on half of it.
Right. Back over to Joe. Just like you said, you take a look at his crawler. That is not a full crawler at all. Maybe half, maybe less.
Just a little movement for these fish to get on. It still has great action with half a crawler, and they just nab that thing and primo size presentation for a walleye is 3.5 inches.
Right.
That's the deal. You feel that dunk, swim, and zap.
Got him. Mousetrap has gone off. Yup, like Dante said in the chat, no wind and cloudy, not exactly ideal, but Joe Okada hooked up, figuring some things out.
Just slow winding into that fish. Smaller one, but we'll see.
I think he'll go.
Be close.
So far, fall in the right direction for Joe.
He's been caught before. 1 pound, 2 ounces.
Hey, a boy, Joe.
Squeakers today.
Whatever works.
Keep chipping away.
Absolutely.
You know, honestly, everybody should know by now that any keeper is a good keeper at Winnebago.
Right. Yeah, you're not in a position here where you have to put up any kind of record-setting weights. 20 to 25 is going to be a very strong day out here, and anything much over 10 or 12, and you're certainly keeping yourself in contention.
So far this year, it's been one of those deals where you have to, you're going to get into that 20s range, you have to.
For some reason, there it goes.
Put up these small fish.
Right.
It wasn't submitting it.
You're going to need some fillers.
If you look at it, if you follow the tournaments this year, you know, Merck Nationals was like a 27 over 2 days, that 13, 14 pounds on the high end, and you're talking high 200s for boats. So if 13, 14 is their big 5, you know, you're not going to get to 20 unless you put some of those little fish on the card.
You need some fillers.
Likewise, Battle on Bago last week with the CRR format probably gives those fish a little bit more weight. There was 2 teams that set themselves ahead of the rest, but otherwise, you're looking in that 14, 15 a day to be in the top 5.
Right.
So hasn't been kicking out great fish this year on this system.
There's one swimming. There's one swimming. Da, 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 da. Okay.
Oh man, I just had a big one come out the top of the weeds and start chasing it. He was sitting in the top of the weeds.
We'll just start giving a 3-step process on how to not catch a walleye in the weeds. Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, I got
he's
one
got
too.
it.
I got one too.
It feels sheepy, but he's got it.
Mine feels walleye. Big
Walleye. Walleye, walleye.
Big one.
Okay. Can you
It
net
feels
or-
walleye.
Good work.
There we go.
Let's go.
Absolutely
Hopefully
it
makes
is.
A pound. Hopefully it makes a pound. Dude, hey, he was on the top of the weeds, 2 feet under the surface, dude. I just threw over a weed patch and I watched him just come out of nowhere. Didn't even see him. There was a gap in the weeds and I threw by it.
Yeah.
That's insane. That is insane. Right in the top of the mouth, guys. Another little trick here that I probably should or shouldn't give away, but I'll give away to you guys. It is flat calm today, some clear water. Instead of going with color on your jig, plain lead head. Get that color off there. That hurts. We will get this. Okay. Turn this baby on for y'all.
Now, mission.
Zeros.
Damon's must have dropped it. It was kind of seeming like these two were gonna.
I thought they were
gonna have a double
in the boat right there, but
You gotta make that happen soon.
Yeah.
no.
I'm just not seeing what I need to see to put one on him. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Oh yes. 1-4.
You bet.
Good work, buddy.
1-4 locked in. Over the gunnel.
Getting bleak for
buddy. Thanks for
Katowski's.
playing.
Yes,
You know?
it is already.
I'll tell you what, it's hard to make up ground in this system. I always talk about how it is one swing of the bat, but
We have it to
man,
ourselves. At least for head-to-head, guys. 1-4, I said right.
There goes Eric and Drake.
There's some weeds.
Thought that they were in the same area. Heard Alec mention he's going to have it all to himself now.
Don't stop. 412. Believe in. Oh.
Katowski's just picking their way down through the river, it looks like.
I'd love to see these guys jack like a 6 or 7 pounder right now.
Yeah. Katowski's, these two fishing with heavy hearts a little bit. Our thoughts and prayers go to their mom with the cookies. Man, it's a tough scenario. Anytime you're fishing with that kind of stuff on the mind, it can be fairly distracting, but Nick hooked up again.
Maybe a little sharp head shake there might be the right flavor. Ooh, this is a walleye. It's a dang good one. I don't know. It's starting to look like a cat.
Yeah, staying down
Peter?
for sure.
Yeah.
Ow.
That was not fighting like one of those.
Not at all.
Yeah, 2 of
Not
those that
fighting
really
like
didn't
one.
do much. Posted up at the Oshkosh Ave Bridge. Good
Yep.
place to catch a monster walleye.
Ugly.
Looks like a Ned rig for Nick Katowski.
Picked it up the right way. I thought it was the right kind there. Oh.
No.
What? Squirrely?
Oh, yeah.
Two sheepies.
Can't really get around that if you're
No.
gonna fish the river.
Nope.
You're gonna deal with cats and sheephead for sure. Spent a lot of time by that bridge in my younger day.
He gave up on me. He's a quitter. Nobody likes a quitter. No, nobody likes a quitter.
Ackley and Klaus definitely in this thing.
Yeah, without a doubt. Manageable gap at this point for sure.
Oh, that's not a walleye. It looked really good when you did it, though.
Did it?
Don't say that, Bob.
Bob's calling.
Maybe it's a 25-inch walleye, Nick.
I would agree.
I'll panic if that happens.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
You can stay put.
I can just keep doing my thing. Oh.
This is.
I just missed one.
Did ya?
Yeah, I did.
And not a sheephead?
I don't know.
Sometimes those sheephead are hard
Quality
to miss.
eating fish right there.
Quality.
I cleaned one a little bigger than this the other day for people.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The kid, I tell you, that kid that he hooked one and the stinger was like in the gills of the sheephead and it was bleeding. He was like, "Oh, am I allowed to throw this back?"
My stinger came up with like scales on it, so that's cool.
Yeah, he's like, "Am I allowed to throw this back?" I'm
yes,
like, "Why?
Please do."
Why? He's like, "It's bleeding." I'm like, "Yeah." The pelican's got to eat too.
Well, let them bleed in the water.
Yeah, right. Pelicans got to eat, man.
Yeah. Sometimes
if it
things
floats
just
back
go,
up, somebody will get it. Trust me.
Sometimes things just go wrong.
Circle of life.
Circle of life, that is for sure.
Don't be a quitter. Come and eat this now. I have faith in you that you're hungry.
Mr. Ackley whacked one with the stinger hook.
That's right.
Could have been a walleye.
Well, he didn't stop and jig very long, did he?
That's your trolling guy.
I know. But he stopped over there. He shut his motor off and he was casting for a minute.
Oh. Didn't like the spot, huh?
Guess not.
No.
Be interesting to see if these guys switch to bait at all.
Yeah. Getting some of those short strikes.
If they can't get the reaction bite, you know, you kind of got to try to force feed them some meat.
Yeah.
Keep some meat in front of their face and see if they'll nab it.
Yep, he's got it.
He's got it?
He's got
Nice.
it.
Yeah, I was letting him eat it for a minute. I opened the bail and then I just kind of hold it like you're doing.
Getting it done.
Damon letting one have it here.
Was it a bigger mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bigger mark, but doesn't
let him spit
doesn't
it
always
out.
mean they're
That's a walleye, but
unfortunately.
That's a long time for a weed fish, but
There he is.
there you go. Good job. Executed.
if it is a walleye, it's better, huh? Nope.
Of course it's not.
Wrong flavor.
I mean, we could take a 2-minute for yeeting this thing, right?
Eating it.
Yeeting it.
I think you might take a gag break. You might be hurling over the side of the boat.
I ain't even gonna try to get that. Looks like I'm giving him a kiss.
Him.
What are you doing
I
back there?
promise I'm not, though. We're just gonna let him have that crawler and that jig, because that's down his throat.
No way.
Yeah.
Bro.
Dude, I let him eat it so long, I couldn't even see the head of the jig. I'm gonna need you to calm down and just, I'll go to my jigs if I have to, okay?
All right. It's a sheep's head. He could have another day.
I'm not even gonna try to yank it out. We'd be wasting too much time.
Wonder if his friends screenshotted that with their phone. That'd be like.
We need Grandpa in the boat.
blackmail.
Grandpa was very productive.
Dude, yeah.
He was picking up all the slack that we were missing.
Shout out Grandpa Diehard.
These two remind me of me and my brother in the boat together.
You know what? They
And
have
I was
going
going
to
to tell you too, Damon, even like, say you think you see a fish, don't be afraid to cast it in the weeds and just swim it, bro. And like swim it halfway down. And then as soon as you see one that engages with it, just let it fall to the bottom. That's how I got a couple of them to bite.
That is textbook right there, folks. That's good stuff if you're watching head to head.
Write that down.
Be nice to have it. Get a little more boat control. Not like we need it today.
John Derleen, Brody Barriachoa.
Right now that wants to eat a worm.
I haven't seen much of these guys
gotta
yet
be
today.
one,
They're
right?
looking for their first fish
John,
today.
Can you catch at least like a 10-incher?
Looks to me like they're working that mouth of the river area.
Camera's on. All the pressure in the world now.
Yes, sir.
Usually you can come up with some of those smaller fish dragging jigs in this area, but I'll tell you what,
Just got nailed.
one thing
Come on.
I hate to even say it.
Don't be a sheep.
Let's see if he's got a fish here.
Uh-oh.
Are we hooked up?
Is it doing the death spiral? No.
John is on.
No.
Already up.
No, yeah, it's just...
I was going to say one thing, I hate to say it, but when you're in that spot and there's 0 boats there, you don't ever want to
Really?
base it on that. That's usually a bad deal.
Yeah.
There's a walleye. Yeah.
It is a walleye.
No, it's not.
There's a cat.
Come on.
Oh.
Stupid. Oh, Lord. Hopefully you got
those
that
walleye-sized cats.
Oh. It looked
Fooled
golden.
him a little bit.
Yeah, it fooled me.
Fat, bad fisherman, colorblind, don't you know what I'm doing? What else can I do wrong here today?
Usually the whiskers give that away.
Yeah, in the social media era, if there's 0 boats at the mouth of the river, that's usually a bad sign. But, you know, hey, give it a shot, right?
Yeah.
When they show up there, you could be the first one to catch them. That's what I always say. But, boy, it hasn't played much as it usually does
right
at this time of the year. Less of a migration this time of year, so if they stick around that area, you're more apt to go like look for the breaks, you know, the different breaks,
right,
or any of the little structures around that area.
You said you wanted 1 10-incher, right? You didn't define
Like-
what species.
Last event when they fished here, there's more of a migration just passing through, so you can just drift that flat. By now, you're more looking at fish that are set up on breaks or structures.
Right, resident fish that are hanging out for a while.
Nick hooked up, likely with the wrong species.
Get a cat.
Cat.
Drum. I think there's just too many of these down here, Andy. We're gonna have to move. They're just everywhere.
Going?
Right here. Ted and Cody just off to a slow start here.
Very slow start.
Those mudfish not cooperating for them. You know,
Not
it
at all.
looked like in the morning they had a little activity, you know, mostly drum, but Cody's hooked up now. Doesn't look like it's very big.
Oh, these things get old.
Oh boy, another drum.
Heard Cody say it right there. This is gonna get old.
Hour and a half in, it'll be interesting to see if they pull a pin.
Yeah.
On the mud bite.
Sure would be nice to feel that and it be a walleye for one.
Yes, it would.
You want me to move that for you?
About an hour and a half in here, we'll take a quick message from our friends at the Guide Directory. Get you guys out on the boat. First off, Mr. Die Hard Angling. We're seeing Alec Nickel put up a decent performance here, taking a little time away from his Sturgeon Bay time. He's been on some salmon trips. Door County smallmouth fishing, winding down a little bit, but I think he'll still get you out there. And then obviously Green Bay walleyes. And if you want to figure out this Winnebago bite, clearly he's a pretty technical guy. He'll be able to get you on it. Phone number, website right there. Also, you can find him on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Die Hard Angling, Captain Alec Nickel right there. And then also Captain Bob Kloss, you heard him. Fin Fanatic Fishing Charters. He's out on the water, Green Bay all the time. And it's getting to be that time of year where Bob will be able to put you on a good mess of eaters. He'll be able to put you on some quality fish. Good instructional guiding as well. Mr. Kloss is very technical. He is able to break stuff down, and he's truly one of those great teachers in the sport. So if you're looking to learn from one of the best, these two are the people to give a call. Website and phone number are on our website. Just give them a look up there or head over to Facebook or Instagram. You can find Bob Kloss, Fin Fanatic Fishing Charters there as well. And we are joined by someone who has had a busy last 2 weekends. Been around, walleye weekend last time we talked, giving test rides, out fishing. Mr. BJ from Sportomotive, what's up?
How's it going, guys?
It's going good.
Seen you had the boat hooked up out there.
I did. I got a couple that actually want to take a peek at it today and possibly go for a ride. So
good deal.
We're figured I'd bring that in and bring it into the store for them to look at it.
Yeah.
Looks like a great day for a test run.
Yeah.
Right.
Be able to see what that ZV can do on the top end, without a doubt.
Cody taking a shot, or Ted taking a shot. Sun's out. Getting a little UV on the dome there for Ted.
Oh, yeah.
That's good for him.
Those guys running the nitro with the Mercury Nitro combo with the dual sniper poles in the back. Ted is on. See if these guys can get a walleye.
Man, they have been through
on drum.
So many drum this morning.
You know they're seeing the walleyes mixed in with the drums. See what we got here. Not a big fish, but
another one.
You can kind of see the frustration on Ted's face.
Oh, yeah. Wow, I can't believe we haven't had a penalty yet.
There are a lot of drum in that system right now.
That is a fact.
No shortage.
And I had to get finessey with him.
Yeah.
Now, did you fish either of the last 2 weekends?
I went out fishing last weekend, brought the kids out. I did not fish either of the tournaments out this last weekend, but I do have an event this weekend coming up, so.
Good deal.
We'll be back out there this week, so. Last weekend, we could not keep the drum off.
No.
Had 3 of my kids out, and I think we were out for like, 2-3 hours. It was one after another. I don't think there was a time where all 3 of the kids were sitting there not reeling in a fish. So.
That's awesome.
It seems like ever since they slowed down with running the sheephead trawlers on this system that they've just exploded and
Really,
got out of
yeah.
control. I mean, on a good note, I feel like they keep the zebra mussel, quagga mussel population down because they hammer those mussels so hard. Drake Hurd may never come back to Winnebago.
Yeah. Yep.
I wish I had a hood. Keep some of these bugs off.
These two working on 1 for 1 even, certainly leaving the door open a little bit for Kloss and Ackley.
I think I'm to the left.
Yeah, and it just gets tougher out there too with the calm conditions.
Ho-ho.
With a big hook set.
Sheep.
No, not a sheep. Definitely a sheep.
Hopefully, maybe he can take some of those back in a cooler and release them in Minnesota. I don't know if they have very many. They should
Not
have
nearly
some.
enough.
Oh, they got him. Oh, they got him. I got her now.
Good job, guys. Saw them make a move. Started at least in the neighborhood of
Probably a little bit left.
Nickel and Golke. Not necessarily right on them, but they were definitely in the neighborhood. We saw them pass by. Could have been fishing some rocks down, or actually north of where they were.
Sheephead.
Thinking too.
Now, how busy have you guys been with the 2 big derbies in town?
We definitely picked up in the last few weeks again. Sales stuff, we got quite a few guys looking at stuff again, so that's always a plus.
Yeah.
Service, I think we're about a week out right now,
he's
so
swimming at us.
not terrible, but still busy enough to keep busy. So.
Absolutely. Good problem to have. I did see that you guys just had a new ZV land on the show floor.
We got a ZV20 on the floor right now. We just put in, was it Friday or Monday? And then ZV20 Sport, brand new model from Nitro.
Nice.
So, same hull, just different top deck.
Right,
jump
little
seats. It does remove the side horseshoe boxes, but there are boxes built into the sidewall of the boat.
Gotcha.
We'll store it that way.
I don't know, Eric. This
We got a maybe here.
Yeah, sheep.
Nope. And nope.
Got a feeling this one might turn into a straight up grinder after what we've saw this morning.
I think we're just gonna have to start counting pounds for sheephead.
Again, interestingly enough, it seems as though even though he's in the neighborhood,
I don't think so. They're too small in perspective.
I've had some looks at his graph, and it doesn't appear that he's fishing weeds.
No.
They're sticking with the rocks and not finding those active fish right now.
That's a big one. That's a walleye. It's got to be a walleye. Come on. Keep coming.
It's a wide open match here.
To the bottom.
Very wide open match.
Yeah, I gotta try to get a cast at that one.
Eat already, eat, right?
Yeah. No,
No, wrong way. Right further.
Pile them off the front.
Maybe they
Only like the other end of the crawler.
unbelievable. Stop for a second.
Up my nose.
I doubt it.
Just for a little perspective, I talked to some of those people that were looking at measuring fish for the last tournament and weighing fish, and that it did take a 15-inch fish a lot to get to that pound.
So.
Really?
Too short.
These fish were pretty skinny this time of year. And
Just like me.
limits hard to come by.
Right.
Both events, so not crazy surprising, but.
One at 6.
Trying to find the ones that are just a touch longer on
Perspective.
Whoops,
there goes
perspective.
my crop. 3 sheephead was about it.
Here these guys using both perspective and forward to try and decipher the walleyes from the sheephead.
Trying to pick the right ones. Drake coming from Minnesota, casting
short.
Not too often casting at 15-inch walleyes.
No.
That one.
Good practice for him.
Where?
Yeah, I hear these guys working a lot of fish.
Not that one, this one.
Trying to pick out and present to the right one.
Like they go backwards. Oop. Where was that other one?
Might have been that. I think it was that one.
You just turn right. They don't like my tofu.
Give this another 7 minutes. And
okay.
Now that ZV Sport's pretty interesting. I was looking at a couple of those on the internet when they first came out. It's kind of more of that fish and ski style do-all type hull, isn't it?
It is
setup, yeah.
It is a fish and ski setup with the jump seats, storage underneath the jump seats. We've had a lot of people ask over the years that for salmon fishing, they wanted to be able to get right up next to that gunnel. So I'm pretty excited about this boat just for that simple fact.
Yeah.
Also, you know, because a lot of people have asked for it, and now they finally, you know, they've listened and added it to their lineup. So
yeah, and that ZV20 hull is a strong platform to build it on. And what are you seeing weight-wise? Are we seeing a little more speed out of the sport, or is it pretty comparable?
I'm going to say it's going to be neck and neck speed-wise. I haven't had one personally on the water to know for sure, but I don't anticipate.
Is yours better
it
than
being
mine?
different.
Because mine's jumping out of the water.
Mine's not doing anything.
No?
Andrew Kotowski potentially with a target species here.
These guys battling the sheephead curse.
That's what I figured was in there.
Oh, you son of a gun.
Sigh.
Another one.
Is that what you got?
Huh?
Is that what you had?
Largemouth?
You had a largemouth?
Yeah. I set the hook and then he set the hook.
Up front with a
So
largemouth?
mine never hit the bottom. It was swimming away from me when it hit the water.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Put in the right spot.
Yeah.
Andrew Katowski with a sheep
tempted
head.
just to go into this little channel and just have some fun for the rest of the day.
I think they're in the wrong event. That was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
One of them's
exactly.
got to be a walleye. Yep. Got to have eyes. It can be a wall.
What do you guys recommend prop-wise on those ZV20s, ZV21s to really see the best performance out of there? You guys are very intimate with that setup, so you kind of know what the ins and outs are, and you've had some time to play with the 4-strokes now. The 4-strokes have been out for a while.
I cannot believe that fish saw
Yeah,
that.
we, you know, over the years I've ran a lot of ZV21s with the 300 on it. Have the chance to play with different
white
propping.
bass in this system right now.
You know, and the new V8, the
He came up off
Bravo
bottom.
4-blade prop is by far the best prop that we've ran. Same on the ZV20, that Bravo has been a phenomenal prop, just boat control, rough water running. The Tempest is a little bit faster
You just missed
prop,
one?
but in rough water, that 4-blade definitely
How's the
holds a
hand
lot
feeling?
better.
Yep, you get a little more torque on the bottom end. And
then obviously with the new 350s, 400s, they only really offer one prop right now. So it's going to be the Revolution prop for that 4-blade.
Ted with a striper. Most of those V10s come in with the 27 pitch right now.
The 400, I believe, is 27, and then the 350, I believe, was a 25.
Yep, that sounds right.
If I'm not mistaken on that. Played
There's
with
a bunch
pitching a
of 'em right
little
there.
bit, but tried dropping it for heavier loads and stuff, and it didn't seem to make a huge difference as far as getting any more speed. It
Right.
does change your RPMs, but speed-wise was still within a quarter of a mile an hour.
Okay. That's a hook set.
Yep.
Bob's got him one.
Sounded good, didn't it?
Nick was quick with the net. Target
There's a
species.
walleye.
Yeah.
Close.
Another one right
That was
there
out of that
flirting
pack of
with the
fish right
line.
there.
Yeah, so there are walleyes.
Yeah. Just
You know what?
dragging it.
All they need is
Just
a
dragging
1-1,
it?
and they're going to be leaving. They're going to be
Oh, come on, let go.
dang close, though.
That one's
already
going to be
turned
right
on.
there. It does look like Bob switched to a piece of meat like you were talking about.
Zeros? It's going to be close. Really close. Might be like 13 ounces.
No,
Don't say that.
Dinkfest. Oh, look at that.
What do you got?
1-0.
1-0.
Locked.
Oh,
And that,
we got a tie.
that knots up
1-0
this
locked
match.
in. On the board, baby.
We're almost to halftime, and these guys are tied up.
Oh.
Very much in
Get
it.
that?
Hero
I'm gonna
shot.
get it.
Back
hero
up.
shot.
Giant.
I got him in.
1 pounder on the board. Are we tied?
We are tied.
Yes!
Yes.
Hey, let's kick it up a notch.
Yes. Thank you, buddy. Let's get another one.
One more
There
like
was a
that
whole
and you'll have
school
a
of
I
them.
know, they're still there, too.
Yeah, we've been throwing a mix of hair jigs and a few crawlers now. We had one little short earlier. We just can't. Man, I've been working these rocks for a week now, all over the place here, and catching a lot of fish on these hair jigs. And today, with no wind, they're seemingly a little bit more subtle. They follow, and don't want to fully commit. I've missed a couple, but that's walleye fishing sometimes. Seems like at least our competitors are having the same challenge as we are with a pound. So I'm gonna put another crawler on and throw it back out there. Just a beat up half chartreuse jig, quarter-ounce jig, and subtly dragging it through. There's a pod sitting here, and I've had multiple fish follow me right to the boat, like a 4 or 5 pack. They'll just come right in on it. Thank you.
Yep.
And then they just swim away. So I gotta believe at some point these hair jigs are gonna kick back on. They've been aggressively hitting these hair jigs all week. 17 inchers, 16 inchers. Nothing major, but plenty of fish. And they're around. We just need them to commit a little more.
That pack is still sitting out there too.
I anchored quickly, so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
See if they can
There's still
put
a
another
couple
one
of them
on the
over
boat.
there.
Yep. All right. I'm just gonna stay anchored right here. Yeah, I see them. They're sitting like right out here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was ticking it once in a while, but just dragging it and tick, 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 real gentle.
One of those finesse
Yeah, they don't
days.
give me that.
Yeah,
I only seen
without a
one
doubt.
chasing that hair jig around that was actively like darting at it, and I can't believe he didn't hit it. Everything else has been follow, follow, follow.
I mean, maybe I'll bounce another hair jig through there, different color in a moment.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to do that just to say I did, because you never know, maybe we can find an aggressive one. Real quick, like.
Anyone watching at home who struggled over the weekend in Battle on Bago probably feeling a little bit better about their performance after watching all these great anglers and head-to-head also struggling here on Lake Winnebago.
It can be so tough to get that reaction bite when you have no wind at all.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a situation where you're looking at those rockfish, you know, maybe you drop a slip bobber above them in that pack, see if they want to feed up a little bit. I always like to say, find out if they want to feed up, feed down. You know, there's just a few things you can do to try, but, you know, typically it's just going to be tough.
Right.
And dragging a worm is probably what the best thing they can do. Maybe a leech on a slip bobber and kind of drag it right into that raft amongst them and see how they react to that. But there's not a whole lot else you can try. There's another fish.
Is yours better than mine? Because mine's jumping out of the water.
Right?
Mine's not doing anything. No?
Drum.
That's what I figured was in there. Oh, you son of a gun.
Hey, look, that one's a sheephead.
Is that what
Imagine that.
Is that what you had? Largemouth?
Like you said, plenty of them in the system right now.
I set the hook and then he set the hook. Except mine never hit the bottom. It was swimming away from me when it hit the water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Put in the right spot.
Yeah. Half tempted just to go into this little channel and just have some fun for the rest of the day.
I'm ready.
I feel like this is deja vu, Nick. I feel like I've lived this before.
I think they're a few weeks late.
Yes, that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a die-hard angling.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Lady
come on,
Bago,
there's two
she'll
of them,
fry
both
she'll fry your brain.
Come on, one of them's got to get it. One of them's got to get it. Okay, one got it.
Got it. Oh my gosh. See, these guys are having an okay day.
1, 2.
Got him. These guys are letting them have it for a long time.
That's a funny looking walleye, guy. Yeah, there was two of them sitting right on the weeds like the walleyes were, though. They're doing the same thing, sitting up high. Got to cast at them. Got to cast at them.
It can be tough picking those fish
Attention
out.
when they follow it down, though, to see how long they are.
Sitting still in those weeds.
Right.
Like he said, Joe talked about, you know, moving the boat to get them to move a little bit and see what they are. Or just cast at all of them and catch a sheephead now and again.
Right.
That's fine too.
Work through the numbers game. On a day like today, these guys definitely got to feel like they're kind of sitting in the driver's seat a little bit in this match against the Katowskis.
You like playing with them though, don't you?
I'll tell you what. If
One
it
of
was,
them's got to be a walleye down there. We're gonna keep casting at them.
if it was a total weight in the boat day,
Here's your 7-pounder right now, right?
these guys are walking away with it.
Yes, yes, they are.
Sheep head, 7-pound sheep head.
Yeah, these guys would be taking chunks out of it, 7 pounds at a time.
That was amazing. 2 weeks ago, I took a fishing to live school. Yeah, you could watch the fish follow.
I'm telling you, one of them's
all the way
gonna
up
be
the
a
boat.
walleye.
They would never bite. Sheep head would frickin' just nail it.
Immediately.
There we go.
No penalties, good release on that one.
I know one of them's gonna be a walleye.
He's right. You know, one of them should be a walleye pretty soon here.
Weeding through enough bites. Been a minute since we heard from this duo.
Glad to see their cameras back up and running. They got 3 total scorables on the board.
Slipped a couple of them in behind our back, got their total up to 310 on the day.
You know, it just seems like if you, that 4 or 5 pounds, boy, it doesn't seem like much, but it can be miles right now.
Yeah,
on the system.
absolutely.
Serve it up to him.
Which is hooked up.
Yep. I don't think it's enough. But.
Dink, weigh it off. That looked bigger on the screen.
What was it? 13.
Okay. 13 ounces on that one. Does get them on the board with a dink. Don't remember if they had one yet or not, but certainly good to get it in there. We are dealing with 2 matches right now tied up. The Mootzes versus Miller and Solberg still at 0-0, and then the other one between McCoy and Lobbs and Kloss and Ackley tied up at 1 even.
Mr. Okada been quiet for a while. Looked like he was starting to
get a little something going, and then
going. He had pretty steady bites and quieted down a little bit.
Cruise till you find him.
Tell you what, these guys, laser focused.
Yeah. Have shown event after event why they are sitting in the driver's seat, the #1 seed currently.
Mm-hmm. Go back. There's fish in there.
Way up on top.
Stealthy.
Oh yeah.
Long shot. Got him. Nice shot.
Good cast.
Yeah.
Little sniper tutorial there.
You got it.
Might be a pound.
Might be a pound. Target
back.
species.
Yeah, he's a pound.
I would say that one should add to the
He's a
total.
pound or 15 ounces.
15 ounces, weigh him again, he'll be a pound.
Dunk him in the water for a minute.
Yeah. No dunking. Kyle Carpenter made
Yeah,
that
grab your
illegal
rubber
this
net
year.
next time.
No dunking. Only 3-point shots.
Oh. I suppose. I'll let you.
It's yours.
Still zeros.
This one's just asking to be
Fumble.
a fish taco. Just asking for it.
One.
That helps.
Sure does. 1-1 towards the
Add to the
scorecard.
total. See, and Kurt was giving him some business for catching dinks. I don't know.
Target walleye in the chat. We are still allowing live bait with the Walleye League this year. And we are on Lake Winnebago this go around. Our last visit to Bago. Then we have the reschedule from what was supposed to be the first event, now event 6, headed to Green Bay. West Shore only for event 6, a nice little wrinkle in there. We should see some good West Shore action in that one.
That's a walleye.
Need that?
Yep.
Cody is hooked up. Says it's a walleye. Let's go. Break the 0-0. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Pain.
That's brutal.
Oh, it hurts me. Still have a tie.
Lost fish.
Fix it. Catch
do
the next
not
one.
count towards the scorecard.
Cody still sees the pod. See if he can pull another one out of there.
No, Cody, I'm going to blame Ted on the net job. He should have been faster.
Ted should have been faster, yes. I do agree. I think that he could have got that one. Cody is bird dogging like that one popped right back up, or there was another one close by.
Yeah, he's looking for redemption right now. A lot of times you can follow those active when one activates like that and get another one out of there, especially out where they are. Grrr. Boy, that's
That was a
tough.
good one.
You're almost 2 hours in looking for that.
If I would have been able to set the hook a little better, I think I might have got that fish up to the boat.
Like we said, you see that brace on Cody's right hand. Had his hand slammed in a compartment.
Is that what it was? I
Yes.
wasn't sure. Mike Lewis said something about potentially a bar fight, but
Yeah,
you know,
no, not that, no.
I know Cody don't take no lip.
No, he does not.
He's got to do it, Ted.
Thought
He's
him
gotta
and
be
Ted
pretty
could have
tough.
got into it,
Come on,
yeah.
It's got to be pretty tough if he can
I didn't know
fish
you
with
were
Ted
going
all
there.
day.
Got right back up on one.
Well, they are all over that rock pile, huh?
Yeah.
I got to sit down and talk with Cody last week a little bit, and definitely a pretty calm guy.
Yeah. You don't see him get rattled much.
No.
He's a hard worker.
Hooked up.
Common.
So,
Right
did
or
he,
left?
Did he actually switch hands, you think?
Yes.
He switched his rods around. That's tough.
Oh,
It's going to be
That
tough.
one's going to be right there.
It keeps
Good.
it off the tie.
Yes, it does. It at least gets one on the scorecard for somebody.
That one looks like it's going to make a pound.
I think it will.
Not much over, but be right there.
Think that one wanted it?
Need a hand or are you good?
Oh. Boy, when we were on Green Bay, you always got the scales ready for me. Now I got a broken hand and you can't even do it for me.
Well, you got to toughen up.
Come on. Open your mouth.
I think that fish makes it.
I do too.
Head looks good.
I think they're going to be just on the right side of it. Looks very similar to that one even.
Oh, 1 pound.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
You did it.
They're on the board.
You got it?
They broke the zero curse.
Yes!
Jeez, I'm getting outfished by a guy with a busted hand.
1 pound.
Let's go, Ted.
Ted's got no excuse.
No excuse.
Other than he's bald.
Yeah, that's right. And he's old.
That too.
So back to Okada. Joe had racked up 4 real quick, and it was starting to look scary there, but definitely kind of burnt his spot maybe a little bit. You know what was there? Maybe it's a smaller area.
Certainly slowed down for him. We'll take a look as we get just past halftime here. Take our little halftime break and see where the scoreboard is laying at the moment. See where all the scores are at and kind of the situation that we are in on Lake Winnebago. Right there, Don Yoder added that 1 for 1-1 in the second quarter. 4-11 their total. Doesn't seem like much, but Graham's still sitting on zeros. That seems like an enormous hill to climb at the moment. Moots is still sitting on 0 after 2 quarters halfway through this deal. We just saw Miller and Solberg get on the board with their first 1 even. Gives them a slim lead. Katowski's still behind. Nickel and Golke putting together a strong performance here, a 1-4 in that second quarter. Things definitely cooled off. So a 4-12 lead over the Katowskis is a pretty solid margin at the moment. Ackley and Kloss and McCoy and Lobs are dead knotted up at 1 even apiece. That one could come down to a tiebreaker. We'll see. We got a lot of fishing left, but that's an interesting story to follow. And then Derleen and Barry Ochoa still down 4-9 to Okada. Like you said, we saw him get that 1-2 right off the bat here in the second quarter. But other than that, it has been crickets in this match. 4-9 for Okada, 0-0 for Derleen and Barry Ochoa. We'll step away for just a second, have some commercials for you, and we will be right back for more walleye action on Lake Winnebago.
Oh, it is a walleye. Oh, nice.
Yep. Think into all this little. Here's one, Eric. Yep. I don't think that one's gonna make it.
And he dropped it. No, he didn't. A little long. Doing that?
Decent. Hang on. There we go.
He didn't want to come up. Nice fish. On that race down for it. Good one, if it's a walleye.
Might not, though. Looks like one of them.
Big. Hey, this is a better one.
There we go. That will make a pound. Really? Yep. Okay. Come here. Good work, kids.
Let's go. Hopefully makes a pound.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportomotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportomotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportomotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportomotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
Welcome to the Real Shots farewell celebration. For 15 amazing years, you've made us your trusted fishing tackle store. We've loved being a part of your fishing adventures. From the quiet days on the water to the thrill of the catch. Thank you for making the Real Shot your home away from home. 15 years of laughter, learning, and unforgettable moments. Here's to every cast, every catch, and every story shared.
Everything must go. Enjoy 35% off store-wide, 50% off frogs, and 50% off all ice fishing gear. Get the gear you love while supplies last.
Thank you for being part of the Real Shot family. We'll see you on the water, where the memories live on.
When were you going to tell me about that secret little rock pile you had in front of the boat?
Another one.
You want me to fish the front now? Well, that's a little better. That's a pound. You just want to boat flip them?
No, I don't want to take any chances. Yep.
Solberg, you're on a heater.
Oh, love it.
Good to see these guys going in the right direction.
Zeros.
1, 2.
Oh, this is...
Need a hand?
I got it.
You sure?
Just wish they would open their mouths a little better. Yeah, you're close. 1-1. I think we could have got 1-2 out of it, but we'll stick with 1-1. Ah. Bag of walleye.
1-1.
Thank you, magical rock pile. In the middle of nowhere.
Ted and Cody, after almost 10 hours on Winnebago without a scoreable walleye. Have now put 2 on the board, which seems like an almost insurmountable feat.
This seems like a runaway train now.
Yeah, at this point, with 2 1-pounders in the boat, this seems like a runaway train.
Downsized, Ted.
Yeah?
16th ounce. Getting good with my left hand.
They found a little deep piece of structure that has some on. They could put something together quick, potentially.
Stanley Cup stayed in the U.S. last night. Did you see that?
Get this thing knocked out.
No.
Edmonton?
Not a real big hockey nerd.
I don't get too tied up in it, but I do enjoy.
Oh, there's a fish.
Whoa! I do enjoy the Stanley Cup Finals, though. Yeah, even the playoffs in general.
Yeah, I watch baseball more than anything on the planet.
I also love me some Stanley Cup playoffs.
Almost to the honey hole.
That was a great run by the Florida Panthers. Impressive. 2 years in a row.
Sheep in the honey hole.
Such a long hockey season, and when it comes down to the playoffs, man, they all leave it all out on the line, and it's really fun to watch.
That is my favorite thing about it. I could take it or leave it on regular season hockey, but golly, when they get to the playoffs, man, it's a whole different game.
Brody Barriochoa trying to coax one into going here.
Yeah, talk about
trying to get off of that 0.
Talk about mountains to climb here. Okada's 4.9 seems pretty dang good under these conditions right now. I think Okada adds 1 or 2 more keepers to the bucket, and this one's probably just about done. Hey, Brody's got one. He said not so fast.
Right on the spot.
Small one.
Not a pound, though. On the board, boys.
It's always good to see a target species.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Got a big one. Zeros. Assuming it's not going to weigh, but. Oh, you little devil. Come on, buddy.
So what's a dink got away? Under a pound?
Under a pound, yeah.
That's definitely under a pound.
Can this thing be any?
Don't put it in his eyeball.
Yeah.
10 ounce.
10 ouncer. A fish
Brody, you got the right species.
to get the momentum rolling.
If I remember right now, we
Had to go 20 miles to find them, but
It's crazy this year on this system how hard it is
gotta do sometimes, huh?
put 20+ inch fish in the boat.
Right.
It's just, and I don't think anybody was really expecting that coming into the year. We had a kind of a lower ice cover year, not a lot of fish getting pounded.
We're on. That's a good one, dude.
Another one.
Uh-oh. Good one.
Brody's calling a good one here. Let's see what he's got.
Step in, buddy. Step in. Oh, barely a good one.
I don't know about good.
Yeah.
It might be a pounder.
Better than the last one, I think.
We call everyone that makes a pound a good one.
Yeah. In this event on Winnebago, yeah.
A good one's a pound.
zeros.
Oh, there's good ones up there. Come on.
Sounds like he's
Ooh, why?
got enough targets on his spot here.
I'm trying to scale them in.
That's a nice one.
Come on, give it to us.
Ouch.
Should I give it another run? It's worth it, right?
Might as well.
Might as well give it one more try.
We've been seeing these ones fall the right way for a lot of guys.
Scale's too accurate. 15.
The one nice thing about today, it doesn't take long for it to settle.
No, it does not.
There's a bunch up here, so.
You're bound to get one that's a
I
pound.
don't need any. You only do one dink, right? Or no?
Yeah, once you have a 15, then you're done with having to weigh unders.
But instead, you're sitting here with a sore hand fishing left-handed.
Ain't that something?
You on them right in front of you to the left?
Yep.
And hooked up.
Oh my goodness.
Nope.
Did you get them or no?
No.
Come on.
Can't set the hook. Oh, that was a big one too.
Ted's hard on him.
Oh, yeah.
He's cracking the whip.
Tough love.
Bigger.
No pity party.
No. After 10 hours without a fish on Winnebago and head-to-head competition for these guys.
Swallow it. Just like that one did in practice.
You know, I think Ted's still at that 10-hour mark. He hasn't boated a while himself.
He has not. That's true.
Maybe you're not as fluent as you think you are.
Here he comes again.
Huh?
Here he comes again.
Did you get him?
No.
Not yet.
What happened?
Got him that time.
Did you get him?
Good one. If it's a walleye.
Sounds like a sheephead to me.
Fish on.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Ah, that's sheephead all day. Big catfish.
Listen to Ted. Ted's going to have a rod protruding out his ass pretty soon if he keeps it up.
Yeah. Hey, see? Now that's a walleye.
That is the best looking sheephead I've seen.
Yeah.
Ted'll be swimming back to the landing here before we know it.
Yeah, exactly.
First one we've seen
I bet you that's where I got him the first time, where he's bleeding out of his beak a little bit. I missed him the first time, and then he came back. I pulled it like 15 feet away.
Well, I seen it, and I'm like, hey, you casting at them? Yeah. Doink.
Haven't seen many you could pick up by the gills.
No. No, this could certainly be the biggest one of the day here. I think it is.
That is one of the coolest things, sitting back here and watching watching you catch a fish.
No, not as good
You
hand.
with that? Are you good?
Good. Just got a freaking walleye tooth in my hand, that's all.
Your good hand or your bad hand?
Good hand.
Oh, man.
Just about a 2-pounder.
Oh. Right in there. 115.
Take that back. We did see a 2 even from Alec Nickel, Damon Golke. So,
Cody, am I going to catch a fish on Bago this year?
I don't know.
Cody said, I'll be honest with you, Ted, I really don't care.
1 pound. 15 ounces.
Good work.
Puts those guys at 4 even. Pretty safe place to be right now. Going into the second half. Definitely breathing room, right?
Yeah.
When I was talking to Cody, he did say he did put Ted
They're starting to act
through some
very skittish.
strenuous off-season training on netting. So.
Oh, good deal. They have worked that out pretty well this season. There has not been
the Olympics. Yeah.
Right. There has not been nearly
There's a hook
as much.
set. I hear a hook set.
Someone's reeling one in.
Little guy.
Damon.
Little guy.
It's a walleye.
It was right on bottom though. Right on bottom.
In the gaps? In the gaps?
Yeah, that little light bulb
On
looking
the bottom.
thing
Okay.
that we were normally
Yeah, those
seeing.
small ones, yeah.
Yeah.
You had to confirm though.
They're still here, and they're still biting. Maybe.
Maybe.
You'd make a good fish taco if it, it wasn't head to head. Oh,
Stop talking about that.
I don't think he's even close, so I'm just going to enter him in as
Yeah, it's a
1
dink.
ounce.
He's not close.
Yeah. I'm just going to enter him in as 1 ounce, and we'll just take it for what it is.
Yes.
We need to catch bigger fish anyways.
Then we need to make a team decision quickly.
Keep her moving, eh?
Might as well, huh?
It's very crazy how similar their situation is to Joe. These guys both started on weed patches that had active fish and fish set up, and
I'm not comfortable.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm not either. That's why we have to make a decision sooner rather than later.
Like they burnt that patch.
As much as we know we could sit here and grind and maybe get a few more, we can go do something more productive maybe. I don't know.
But are we going to leave fish to find fish?
Well, that's the thing is we know how it goes where the other spots are.
Yeah.
So
we could very well go there and do the same thing. So.
Well, or just catch 14, 14, 14, 14.
Yeah.
This is a tough call.
We know there's bigger fish in here. That's kind of why we're here.
They're just mixed in. I think it's just come down to, weeding through them a little bit.
It gets monotonous staring at those weeds, You just got to keep your head down and keep grinding. Mitch Dawn hooked up. Acting like it's a decent fish here.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It'll be close, I think. One of them 15.5 ounces. He choked that thing, though. Actually, that might be less than 15 ounces. Surprised me.
Yeah, his face is a little small looking right now.
It is.
I'll reweigh once.
Right on the border?
14. Zeros.
Not a lick of wind out there.
No.
Hurry up.
$14.
14 ounces on that one.
Needed to eat a few more night crawlers. I'll get this out of your way, Kyle.
Mootzes have taken down the trolling spread and double pole live scope action.
Trying to get something going. Very good point. Couple people talking in the chat about just how crazy it is with all the advances we've seen in fishing and walleye fishing, that a jig and a crawler is still, a lot of times, especially under these tough conditions, the most effective way to get some fish on the board. As simple and primitive as it may seem, as basic as it is,
Yeah, it's hard to put a finger on it, but sometimes it seems like, over the last decade or two, the Winnebago system, as it gets cleaner, it seems to be getting cleaner and cleaner. It's more of a low light night bite type of a thing. And I mean, there's bigger fish in here than what it shows out, but I mean, it is what it is. The proof's in the pudding. You look at everywhere else we go, and everywhere else deals with the same stuff.
Right.
And we come here, and I hate to be the guy that goes there. I do think it's a walleye factory. It's in good shape. There's always a lot of fish, but could it be a world-class fishery if we stopped harvesting so many fish in March and April?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not for taking away opportunities. I think it should remain open, but I don't know. Personally, that's my personal opinion. It doesn't reflect anything else other than that.
Right.
That I wouldn't mind seeing it no harvest during March and April, or a limited harvest.
Right.
One fish potentially over a certain size. I just feel like we harvest a lot of our quality fish when they're in the river run, and it's not really a thing anywhere else.
Right.
Other than Mississippi River. And now the Mississippi River has a slot because of that had such a negative impact on places like Pepin, where you used to have a big sauger population that got obliterated in winter fishing.
Right.
But, like I say, it's a healthy system. It can tolerate it, yes. It's not going to hurt the fishery. There's always going to be a ton of walleyes. However, I don't think it's a hard argument to argue against me that wouldn't have better fishing if we didn't harvest so many of our quality fish during the spring run.
Right.
Just my 2 cents, but it's always going to be a mecca for tournaments. People love fishing walleyes in the Fox Valley, and everybody has those magical great days on Winnebago at times when the stars line up.
That's why I'm not really moving a whole lot.
Yeah, there's plenty around. I catch them coming off.
There's a big sturgeon.
Yeah, I've seen him a couple of times.
A few lake flies starting to show up for these guys, buzzing around the screen.
You knew it had to be coming with as flat glass as it is.
Yeah, I feel like Winnebago, when it's flat glass, it's a hard fishery to fish, and then you get the flies in there too.
Right,
It just makes it more miserable.
Just a mental
What happened?
grinder.
Fucking pretty hard.
Swimming at the boat.
Yeah.
That's not a walleye.
Wrong kind.
Kind of call it by looking at the rod on the hook set was not correct.
Gosh, them smaller sheephead, they just fool you on the scope.
Facts.
Just like you were talking about.
I can work this lighter one way better. Yeah. Way better.
Difficult to decipher.
Yep.
Calmer conditions, lighter jig, sometimes switch to mono, get a little bit slower fall yet.
Yeah.
You get a little bit of that floating action from the mono, you can slow it down. Sometimes all those things matter when the conditions get really slick and tough like this.
Right.
There's a...
It's a little one.
I like that.
Someone hooked
Little
up.
one. Little walleye?
Yep. I get him in.
Oh. We better weigh him because we need a dink.
I'm gonna. It's in the mouth for sure this time.
It's on zeros.
What do they got for a dinky?
12. Last I looked anyway.
Zeros?
This definitely matters.
The critical fish, yeah.
You gotta believe.
We're gonna be sitting at 10.
Well, I'm putting it in.
Yep, 10 ounces.
10 pounds.
10 ounces.
Do McCoy and Lobbs have a...
They do. They have a 12 ouncer.
Yeah.
They caught right away in that first hour.
That's still the score?
That is still the score. I just missed one a minute ago too. Whilst you were in the process of catching a Winnebago giant. Well, there's some fish here at least. There are fish here.
This is about as tight as it can be.
Yeah. Yep. No 0-0 ties, so this is our only tie for the day. Surprising to see these two both still sitting on one fish for one even.
Mitch and Kurt, kind of good start for those guys.
Yeah.
Slowed down. Still have a pretty good lead. They are just locked in. It's such a grind. Mitch
hooked up.
Looked like fairly close to the boat.
Yeah, very close.
And it's a nice walleye.
Coming up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That one makes it.
Yep, I think that one will do it.
Nice one.
A Winnebago nice one. That's a good way to put it.
That weighable fish, at least.
Put those guys over 5 pounds here. 16-incher, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe a 1-3. Open his mouth. 1-3, 1-4-ish, looks like.
1-4.
1-4. There it is. Yeah, that's a good guess. That's why we bring in the experts, folks.
I did not look at the board. That was a pretty clean guess there. Looked like about a 16-inch fish.
Yeah, it gets those guys up to almost 6 pounds, 1 ounce off of the 6 pound mark, which at this point is a pretty strong total.
Good lead for those guys. Kurt trying to add to the tally here. See a couple of teams today doing the side-by-side program rather than a front and back boat.
Hop over to the grams. Almost while Don and Yoder were landing that one. This boat here, camera was in a battery swap, and they boated a 2.5, the biggest fish of the day. So
you can see their upper lakes with a little cane bed action.
Without a doubt.
Maybe not on the canes, fishing some weeds around the cane. Still has Riley throwing the crankbait.
Yep.
See if she can get a reaction strike.
Easing through. 2.5 definitely puts a little pressure back on Don and Yoder.
Yeah, that's a good quality fish, and you know you could easily catch a 3-4 pounder up there and put yourself right back in it if not take the lead.
Certainly has been some big ones caught out of the cane beds in years previous.
Looks like Sean's seen a few targets. I'm just laughing thinking about how, as we've panned all over this system from the river to the upper lakes to Winnebago, we've hardly ever even encountered a single local boat. It's almost like everyone else has had enough of this.
Yeah, no kidding.
2 weekends of that in a row, and they're like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, we are taking
for a while.
Taking the Wednesday off.
When I was younger and I lived here, this is when we would transition into the sheephead tournament season.
Yeah, exactly.
At least then you're catching targeted fish.
Right.
Or you catch a lot more walleyes.
Those are fun days for sure. Did some fun days doing that back in the day. The old Road Derby and.
I wasn't ready for you to move him.
You had her on one leg. I was ready.
Yeah, I mean, interested to see pre-fish Friday. We got Big O Walleye Club on Sunday. And that's a full tournament, 65 boats. So I'm curious to see where the weights lie for that.
Right.
Nice day. Decent day. It could be a lot worse, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Got the magic.
Towski's still trying to get on the board with #1 for the day.
They have been all over this system.
Yeah, they have really given everything an honest shake.
Mm-hmm.
Hooked up. Fish on.
Stay, settle down.
Yeah.
Settle down, don't. It's like, is it a big walleye or?
Not.
Nah.
As of right now.
I can feel his emotion.
Suspended, just straight down on it. Like it's supposed to be. You can just leave the net there.
It's incorrect.
We're good at catching those. I think there's a sheephead derb coming up soon. You want to fish that, Andy?
Now you're cooking.
You know how to catch these.
Your tomatoes are going to be in good shape.
You got it.
God, that
Some of these sheephead are learning too. I mean, they'll stay down and not head shake like like the typical sheephead bite.
These guys have had a few of those that really fooled them.
We had one last weekend pulling boards. Board went back perfect and just tipped. And it was just one of those big freaking sheephead. Unreal.
Such a dirty trick.
It's like they do it on purpose.
Gets the heart going.
Yeah, there would have been some chirping, but then he was going to say the first one in 2 events. That's what he would have told me.
Brody just nose down grinding.
Yeah.
And sounded like he was on a little spot that had a bunch of fish on it, caught a couple target species, just need one a little bit bigger. Just a smidge.
Yeah, none of these matches are really out of hand by any means. It's all still within reach. It's just going to take a couple of fish, but it just seems like such an uphill battle at this point.
There's a hook set.
Cody's hooked up.
Walleye out of the water.
Came right to the surface.
Out of the water. Dude, we gotta get away from these things here.
Another one just going to land on the wrong side of it, I think.
That's good for TV, huh? No way this one's scoring. Ounces.
12 ouncer for John and Brody.
You know, after watching this, if you're sick of fishing Winnebago, we got great deals on side-by-side.
Perfect. Yeah, this is the kind of derby to sell some side-by-sides. Yeah. Absolutely. No need to worry about 14 ounces when you're on the trails.
That's right.
No such thing.
But them big ones could be lurking. Just can't see.
And you guys do have some great rebates going on that stuff right now.
Yeah.
Now is the time to get in a side-by-side.
Seen $3,000 on rebates on select units, so I mean, some big rebates are going on right now.
What you got there?
Hey, hey. Bob's hooked up.
I'm bringing him to you because he's not hooked very well.
Says it's a walleye. Oh
that might
my
go.
goodness.
Might go. Boy, this is one of those
jigging a crawler
nail biters. Yep. Boy, that fish is close. Too.
Oh my gosh. Going to be right there. Needs to be bigger than 12 ounces to beat McCoy and Lob's dink.
Zeros?
A dink is any fish under 1 pound. We're hearing guys talk about
just
that.
A big dink, but
come on. Scoreable.
Open your mouth for me, bud.
Target species non-scoreable is considered a dink. Anything under a pound is considered non-scoreable. But that is your #1 tiebreaker, and we'll see what this one goes.
They're looking for a 13.
Ounces. Not pounds. Biggest dink though.
14
Does that go in as
ouncer.
1 ounce? No.
No.
That goes in as 14. You got to enter 14. It as 14. It'll keep going to the big till you get to 15. Oh, okay. So, well,
good call.
That
Yeah.
helps.
Exactly
Are they still
right.
1 pound?
Yeah. 2 ounces.
They got a lead.
Thanks for playing. Where's your brother?
Yeah, no kidding.
Got it.
Talking about ties, of course, we never want
I didn't even know he had it.
a tie.
Nope.
I knew I was
Tell
going
me
to
they're
say
biting
something
light
about
without
that.
telling me they're
Especially a
biting light.
1-1 tie, but right there it is, our rundown of the
I was
tiebreakers.
thinking about what Bob Klaus just said. I didn't know he had it, and it looked to me like that fish surprised him. Like
Yeah.
he was
Never
not
felt him
expecting.
bite.
all of
I
a
just
sudden-
started to lift up a little bit, and I'm like, whoop, my line's swimming.
Yep, there it is. So you can see right there your #1 tiebreaker. If your total weight is tied, goes down to that biggest dink. If they tie biggest dink, then it's the total number caught. And then if you both have the same total number caught, it would come to the time of the first catch, which would then go to McCoy and Lobs. But right
That sounds
now,
like a big fish.
Klaus and
that's a big
Ackley
one,
have
alright.
both of the first and second tiebreakers with a 14-ounce dink and 3 total caught.
Big enough. I need a new jig head even. Sweet. Ah, that one was broken anyway.
And that would be big. McCoy and Lobs are definitely in the driver's seat if Don and Yoder were to fall out of that undefeated category because of their weight, unless they take a second loss. And then we're really not talking about them even in the conversation for that #1 seed.
Isn't that crazy? That's crazy.
Pretty wild to see them.
There's a lot of time left. I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, all this conversation, all this drama, all this hype just for
don't look
one
for a
more
second.
scoreable
I'm
to
not.
tip it one way or the other.
This kind of looked right. Where'd they go?
Katowski's still looking to break this Winnebago curse. has been absolutely brutal for them on Lake Winnebago.
Oh, Betsy, right on him.
Uh-oh. Andrew's hooked up.
How you
It's
cannot
awfully wobbly.
want
Yeah.
these guys to catch a walleye right now if you're watching this.
Nope, right,
You gotta
right,
be really-
right.
Uh-oh.
Right. Oh, target species.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Guys.
There were like 3 of them, Nick.
Yeah, I thought I saw him.
Looked right.
I thought I saw him sitting there. All right, jacket's coming off. We got business now. Oh my God, I caught a walleye on Winnebago. Jig and crawler or what?
Yeah. It's that pink and white.
Oh, of course.
Jig and crawler.
Zeros.
I was just say, make sure you remember you got to weigh that first. Bottom lip.
Right.
Bottom lip. There you go.
I was trying.
Eyeballs, eyeball.
One 6.
Nice.
6.
Below the gunnel.
All right, 1 6.
Oh, we could smell it now.
1 6. There was like 4 of them in there.
I know, I see him
It
sitting
did
over
not
there.
hit the bottom.
Good. Well,
Find that
do it
pod.
like
Yeah.
5 more times.
Get it going.
Get the next 3 and you're going to be leading.
1/8 ounce or quarter?
1 6 quarter.
That 1-6
It's
is
really wobbly.
big in this
1-6.
match. Huge.
Now where's that put us?
3 6 back.
Whew.
Oh, they haven't moved.
No.
3-6 back.
Yeah, so make sure you're just. Uh-oh. What did I do here? Just land it right on them.
Let's see if the other ones bite in this pod. They're going to be in good shape. They're cookie cutters, right?
Yeah.
I got more of these too if it ends up working.
If you get another one real quick, then yeah.
It's that I don't know, egg shape or weird shape. I guess it doesn't matter. It never even hit bottom. But
I think the worm seals the deal.
Yes.
Weight, you know, fall rate definitely matters, but
Get out of my finger. Don't fall in the water.
absolutely
lose a
no
rod today.
runaway train matches
No,
today.
not at all.
Not at
Everything is still very much within reach. And between that catch from the Grahams and that last catch from the Katowskis, we got life in a couple of these teams that were lifeless for the majority of this day so far. And this one still knotted up at zeros.
1 to 1.
Yes.
1 to 1.
Basically, I mean,
Ones.
might as well be zeros.
I hear a fish.
Hooked up.
Sheephead.
But you know,
Wait a minute, that's a walleye, Nick.
No,
I think so.
no,
I was
no.
gonna say, that
Walleye.
looks like, man, that was
target
sheephead all the way. No,
species.
come on, I think he's just on that stinger too. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
A little more line here.
Did he make it?
It's a little think, isn't it? Ah, man, I don't know.
He's off.
Barely on that stinger.
So many of them so close.
So close.
You're out. Just tossing the water.
Yep, you're out.
And they could still use a 15, so definitely.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay.
Zeros. Stop. If he'd stop peeing on the deck, he might go pound. Oh, man. Nope. Same as the last one.
14.
Yep. 14. You enter that as a
14
dink.
ouncer.
That's a 1 ounce.
That's a
right?
1 ouncer, yeah.
Come on.
Come on, where's your big brothers?
Ties their biggest dink, goes towards total number caught, which could matter as well. Right back with the Katowskis.
He must have followed that for a while.
Yep. Fish.
Uh-oh. They might have figured something out a little bit here.
Absolutely.
They definitely.
Other side.
Most life we've seen out of the
Let's just wait
Katowskis
and
on
see if we got a
Bago.
walleye here
Yeah.
before I rush to conclusions.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah, baby.
Good job, dude.
That'll go.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
That one will go.
Indeed, they are onto something here.
I would say.
That jig is gone.
They're all just about in shoulder braces from sheephead elbow.
Yeah, all the sheephead.
They call that sheephead elbow?
Yeah.
Girls. 1-4. 1-4.
1-4. That'll do it.
I think we might find something,
that
Andrew.
Same school of fish they were looking at?
Yeah.
Keep picking away. Keep picking away.
Definitely makes this match interesting.
1 pound.
Yeah.
4 ounces.
Plenty of time to get a few more of those in the boat.
Yeah, buddy.
That one goes in the scoreboard already. 210 now for the Katowskis.
These are all tight to the bottom.
Real tight. You can almost fan cast today.
Now about 2 pounds,
Well, I
2
mean, I
ounces
casted
back.
that
Does
one
not
that was a
even
little
have to be
off,
the
and
biggest
as
fish of the
I'm
day.
retrieving it, I can see
And
a
they are
couple
in the
more
lead.
moving.
Yeah.
Boy, Clausen Ackley might have a little deal going here. We saw a couple catches from them just recently. Back in the boat with them.
Yeah, this overcast I think is definitely helping these guys out for midday bite.
Yeah, it's
mid-morning, I should say.
Yeah, crazy. The
Yeah.
second quarter was really slow, but this third quarter's picked up a pretty good bit. Some sheephead catches in there, but certainly some target species being caught. Right thing?
This is right.
Oh,
Yep.
Nick's on.
He says it's right.
I don't know if it's big enough, though.
Another dink will help, though.
If we stick tight.
Ah.
Gotta get him to quit peeing. Oop, he's off. Here, I can scale him. I got it.
Okay.
These guys are catching walleyes fast enough that it's looking good for them.
Yeah. There, it's definitely adding to the total number caught.
They just need to get another one to crack 1 pound, and that'll give them that confidence to just keep the pedal down here for the last hour.
Yeah.
We're coming up on the end of the third quarter, about 6-7 minutes left.
14?
Yeah. It's about, 14.
Yeah,
Slapped in.
another 14 ouncer. Gosh,
Killing
one
the
of these
14
falls the
ouncers.
right way.
All right. Well,
Oh my God, I get to select myself. 1.
Katowski's hooked up here again.
Left side. Sheephead.
No. No more of those.
Is that in your way?
No.
They've definitely had their share today.
Boy, Katowskis have made this one a match, and they needed it to be. Big time. Really hoping to win out for these guys, definitely secure their spot in the playoff. They got a great season total weight on their side if they do end up taking a loss in this one, but they're going to have to run the gauntlet to finish their season. They get the Mootses in the next event, and then they end their season with a battle against McCoy and Lobs, which, if they lose this one, will likely be the battle to make the playoffs.
Come on. Dude.
Kachowskis have moved that boat around and fished really hard.
Oh, yeah. What do we got going on in here?
You know how critical it is.
John Derleen, Brody Berry Ochoa, still sitting on 0, but they got a fish in the boat.
Looks like I choked it down.
Yeah, they think that one wanted it?
Maybe a line cutter.
Right. Right.
Looks like
Secret
it's.
weapon is a good thing I got rain
I'm
pants
gonna have
on.
to cut this off.
Yeah, good call. Cut it off. Away the
Hook
fish.
in the belly work. Got it, right? I can't do anything about it. I don't want to kill this thing.
Good call. Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fish
I need
makes
a
it.
jig head. Behind you.
There
Go.
it is.
Don't move, you're good.
No doubt about that
Don't
one.
hook up your shorts either. John spilled all of the leeches.
114.
114. 114 locked. On the board, Brody. Nice work.
Yeah.
Joe, also kind of door open, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
We haven't really been able to see if he's been running around a little bit trying to find another school of fish or if he just buckled down on those same ones.
If I would have took that hook out, it would have ripped his whole guts out.
Yeah, it was way in there.
Nothing I could do.
Correct?
Yeah, there's no question that's the right call.
Robert Kloss, Nick Ackley. I don't believe these two have moved around a whole bunch. They're working a rock spine here. Said they're in that 6 to 8 foot range.
There's a good hook up.
Crack that.
Here's a walleye because mine's a sheep. Yeah, it's a walleye.
If Bob's is a walleye, I'd say this one's going to be a decent one.
Yeah.
He really laid back into that one. It looked good.
Right there.
Oh,
dink. It's a dink. Oh my, you got one.
Bob's is a sheep.
We're hooked up 2 double whammy style. There you go. This guy's gonna pull the boat around. I think he is.
That looked like a good one.
He is pulling the boat around, yeah.
Bob's was the one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a walleye. We're in good shape.
Open up, might as well check you. I kind of doubt it, but you know. Yeah, it's only gonna be 12 this time. 13. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and guess you're right. Oh, it's only 11. Oh, that's a monster though. Golly.
Bob has got himself a garbage can lid here.
Can't even shake him off. Can't even shake him off. Let me tell you the time Jason was trying to shake off what he thought was a snag, ended up being a 6-pound walleye in the NTC. No, I didn't. Out here, that was out here? The Mississippi. Oh.
Had him right under the yap.
Oh, that's
too.
good. You want some help here? I got it. Over here screwing around.
I got it.
Dinking and dunking our way to. Yeah, that was on the Mississippi on day 2. Fishing a wing dam. Yeah.
I'm snagged again. He's jerking it, jerking it, jerking it, jerking it. And then he's like, I'm watching. I'm like, you sure? He's like, yeah, jerking it. He's like,
you sure?
He's like, huh. He starts reeling back. He starts reeling. Oh, maybe there's a fish on there. And I'm like, I'm just standing there with my rod in the water, like my jig's out in the wing dam. I'm just standing there watching.
Yeah.
He pulls it up behind the boat. This big mouth, like, what? Crap! And then it was a scramble to get the net. Net's caught under something.
Well, naturally, that's because you got to panic, right?
Yeah. Yep, there was a big panic for sure.
Those are always the best.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a panic, all right. I was like, oh yeah, you tried to lose that one the best you could.
Yeah, but you could baby one in and all the way to the boat and it comes off at the net too.
Right. I mean, he must have jerked on it, like, you know, did the whole...
All right, end of the third quarter. Here we go. Take a look at that scoreboard and see where things lie as we roll into the fourth and final quarter of event number 5 of the Walleye League. Dawn and Yoder, 5:15. Sean Graham's got on the board there with a 2-5 to 5:15. Our number 1 seed still kind of in the driver's seat here. The Mootses through 3, still sitting on 0. Miller and Solberg put on a pretty solid performance there in the third. 3 pounds even, got them up to 4 even on the day. There's life in the Katowski's boat, and Alec and Damon have gone quiet. 4-12 for Nickel and Golke. They still got the lead, but Katowski's are nipping at their heels with 2:10 in the boat now. Ackley and Kloss versus McCoy and Lobbs. This is the matchup that we've spent a lot of time on. This one separated by a dink at the moment. We are tied up 1-1, and the fourth quarter could be the deciding factor in this one. One scoreable either way could be the difference maker. And then Derlene and Barry Ochoa got on the board there with that 114. Okada leaving the door open a little bit. Joe still at 4-9. So a little bit of a gap there for Derlene and Barry Ochoa, but no runaway matches. These are all going to be photo finish type deals here. So we will take a quick word from our sponsors, take a second to get off the water here, and then we will be right back on Lake Winnebago for more Event 5 Walleye League action.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportamotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportamotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportamotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
Welcome to the Real Shots farewell celebration. For 15 amazing years, you've made us your trusted fishing tackle store. We've loved being a part of your fishing adventures, from the quiet days on the water to the thrill of the catch. Thank you for making the Real Shot your home away from home. 15 years of laughter, learning, and unforgettable moments. Here's to every cast, every catch, and every story shared.
Everything must go. Enjoy 35% off store-wide, 50% off frogs, and 50% off all ice fishing gear. Get the gear you love while supplies last.
Thank you for being part of the Real Shot family. We'll see you on the water, where the memories live on.
Almost in the troller. Got one all over it. Come on. Give me one right here. Another one right there. Okay, fuck. Take that. Straight edge, just cast just a little bit left to me. Oh. Yeah. We're on.
Brody's hooked up. These guys trying to battle back into this thing with Okada.
Good one too. Another good one. Hold on. In the mouth.
In the mouth.
There you go. That's a pound, right?
It's gonna be really close. I'm gonna go 1-2.
Another keeper for Brody and John Derleen.
Zeros.
Chipping away at Joe's lead.
Yeah, things are getting tight. Things are heating up here as we come down the stretch. There's certainly a chance for a couple spoilers here.
We haven't seen Joe in a while. He must be hunting for some new fish.
Yeah.
Come on.
Looked like he was going to pick up right where he left off, but these guys are kicking that door back open.
Yep.
1-1. 1-1 locked.
1-1 locked in.
That's all you need.
That's right.
You both are on the
I think that gets those guys up to almost 3 pounds. About a pound and a half back.
The weights are low, but it's funny how from our
This pace, we're gonna be all right.
from our standpoint, the matches are still have the same kind of pressure.
Yeah.
Same kind of vibe.
Yeah, it was.
And if they're whacking them, it's the same vibe if they're a close match.
It was a lot of fun last week or 2 weeks ago in the last event when.
Oh, he's got another one. He's got another one. See if he can get another back-to-back keeper here.
Nice.
Oh, that one's going to be a little small.
I think a little short.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be. Can you break the jig off again?
It's a good sign, though.
Oh, come on.
Hear Brody in the background. Certainly around some fish, I would say.
.13.
13 ouncer.
What is it?
0.13.
They said 1 pound. I was like, what?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching all them big ones come over the rail in the last event, but those wins in that event are as critical as these wins here and these tight ones, and these ones are only separated by a few swings of the bat, so everything is critical.
Yeah, there's no question. It's super exciting to see those 9 and 10 pounders, but the competition is just as fierce. Boy, this is an important fish right here.
Yeah,
this is a walleye.
Oh,
look. Man, I thought that thing was
I know.
bigger.
It'll be really close. I don't think it will.
I Everybody's got soft rods.
Yeah.
Zeros.
Zeros.
These guys need a keeper bad right now.
Yes,
they got
they do.
an hour left to close that 2-pound gap.
No. 12 ounces.
That one's
Gonna be short. Going to be short.
Stay right there.
These two have been tough on this lake.
Yeah, really looked automatic. Sean Graham's with one real nice one, a 2.5, but these guys have had a solid numbers day. No great big ones, but slowly picking away at it.
It seems like they just are in that, they get enough to sit and grind. You know, they're just real patient and real focused, catch what's there.
Right.
Just like that.
Here we go.
There's a good one.
Whoa. Oh yeah, that one will go.
That one makes it.
I just rolled it right over the weeds. He came out of that.
Weed fish. Yeah. Most of the fish, most of the better weights have come out of the weeds today.
Yeah.
It's almost like I know what I'm talking about sometimes, maybe.
$1.8.
1.8. The number one seed defending their turf, adding to their total. They can keep that going. They're going to remain undefeated after this one.
It's like I said, you know, in the second half here, all the teams that were kind of in trouble, are a couple of them are going to make it interesting.
Yeah.
Down to the last quarter, they have an hour left, and
I'm going to change this line before Winnebago.
almost an hour, and a few quick fish could really change the complexion of this whole thing.
I didn't catch that. Did they enter that one yet? Mitch is usually really good about it.
Actually, I got to do it now. You're good right there, Kyle.
Must have.
Yeah.
This stuff is junk.
Mitch has had the hot hand today.
Absolutely.
Kurt was picking on him earlier for
What is that?
catching dinks, but
What do you think?
Eric's hooked up.
Eric's due for one.
Yes, he is.
Yep. Not very big, but we
I
can pray.
think that one's going to break the tie,
We
isn't
can
it?
pray.
Oh, that's gonna be.
I don't know.
That's gonna be a pound. I'm telling you.
I don't know.
it's a chunky little one.
Yeah, it is. It looked better in the net. Put it back in the net.
Yep. Good. Well, come on, open up. Holy cow, Eric. Oops, I gotta get that centered. Can I reweigh that then?
What is it?
15 ounces?
Yeah, reweight.
So how do I just gotta take it off?
Take it off, re-zero it. You can try the other.
Other one.
Eric's got another one.
Netting one-handed with fish in the other hand.
A little
It's
flurry.
a little interesting if it's a walleye.
Yeah.
That one's definitely a pound.
That one will go.
One makes
Yeah,
up.
I'll
That
take the
one
scale
breaks
and weigh
the
mine.
tie.
Okay,
And then-
I'll grab the other one.
Yep.
Okay.
That one wanted it.
It's
Doubles, basically, kind of.
Oh, gonna be the same. Okay. So we can put this as a dink though as 15, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, below the gunnel.
So that turns over the lead with the dink tiebreaker, but I think this other one is absolutely going to give them the lead, without a doubt.
There we go.
1 pound, 12 ounces.
That a kid. So
Yes,
that
it
one
will.
was 15 ounces, 0 pounds for
1 pound, 12 ounces.
I know, I'll put mine in there too.
So record new catch.
Yep.
Eric.
112.
112.
Yep.
Submit.
Nice.
Okay. That one wanted it.
That one wanted it.
Oh, I got a curl around.
Back over to Sean and Riley. Still picking away in the upper lakes. That last catch from Mitch Dawn, they're down 5-ish pounds. A little over 5 pounds. Sean's hooked up.
Sean's hooked up now, and you know, it's still within reason.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Looks like a keeper.
Yes, it does. That one will absolutely go. Some audio issues on their end, it sounds like.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that we missed that 2.5 best fish of the day on a camera battery swap, but that's the nature of the game.
This one looks like another one of those mid ones. 1 and some change. That one came in as a 1.7 for the grams, bumps them up to 312 on the day. Cuts into that gap a little bit anyways.
They're in striking distance, you know, anytime you're under 4 pounds. Ted and Cody staying out there in the...
Can you believe the answer to that is no?
Out in the abyss.
Yeah.
Once again, Cody working one-handed.
Walleye.
Got one?
Yep.
On the hook set,
He says walleye. I like the sounds of it.
Right here, right here. Jeez, should have just boat flipped it.
There's 4 inches of green.
Is that even going to be a pound?
That's a pound. It's a pound, baby.
I don't know.
Did you get him on bottom or was he suspended?
He was suspended.
Okay.
Does not look like a pound from
Not
our
a good
seat.
No, it does
right
not.
here.
Maybe it's a deceiving camera shot. I don't know.
I hope so.
Zeros.
I was going to say, those guys usually are a pretty good judge, but they haven't judged too many.
Yeah, they do not have many Winnebago fish to go off of.
Come on. They have confidence it's going to make it.
Whoa. 13 ounces.
Come on.
Anyway.
Spitting it. No.
I didn't think it was close, to be honest with you, but they saw something.
Come on. Beefing up.
Hard to find 3 ounces trying to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13 ounces. Not quite, Ted. I'll enter it as a dink, though.
They're still in pretty good shape, though.
Yeah.
Moots have been struggling so far today to find that first keeper.
Never know, we might need it. Right?
Bite. That's why you enter everything.
Oh, that's the first I got Ted to agree with me on the dink thing. Normally he's like, no, don't enter it. Keep fishing. Don't worry about the dinks. Ah.
These guys got something to joke around a little bit. They've been pretty quiet on this lake. It's good to see them.
Did that sound like you?
Maybe a little bit.
Back in prime form,
Yeah.
right? We need some of that.
Hey, hey, there's Mr. Okada. It's been a while. Seems like he's changed areas a little bit, maybe.
Just the.
Got him.
I just had him.
The spaz quiver.
Yeah.
I just had him again.
No, 2 times he missed him.
Got him.
There he is.
3rd time's the charm. Nice job, Joe. That was fantastic. Like that.
Just bow flip it. Attaboy.
That one might go.
We're always looking.
Please go.
Thinking the 2 or 3 pounder is going to come sailing over the edge, and then no, it's one of those.
Fat little guy.
What the system's kicking out right now.
Yeah.
1 pound.
Boy, 1 even's huge right now.
Got it?
1 even.
1 even.
Nice. That's huge. Like you said, that is absolutely massive in this matchup.
Yeah, he needed to get his total moving again because those guys are creeping up on him ever so slowly. But boy, there's time enough. If they get a couple fish, they can pass him at the buzzer.
Right.
I was just about to say it's time to go back and try to round up whatever scraps we can in that other area. But we'll keep poking around here.
Back in the boat with Mitch Dawn. They got 6 of them in the boat, looking to add number 7.
Mitch is the fish whisperer today.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
That'll be a pound.
That one makes it, I would say.
Willing to venture a bet. Looks like a 1-2 if I ever seen one.
I mean, this just shows you that, like I say, the head-to-head format, it just keeps it fun.
Yeah.
Keeps it interesting, even though they're catching small fish.
Intense, despite the size.
Definitely have intense competition. These guys hardly even get to talk at all on camera because they're compressed into 4 hours.
Don't even have time to breathe. 1-2.
Every cast is so important.
1-2. We need a few more fish than that, Kurt. You just got another one.
You know, less than 5 pounds, it's like, well.
They don't feel like it's over at all.
It never is comfortable until
don't
you're
disagree.
far, far away. You know, it takes a long ways to get comfortable. These guys.
Jump back in with Ted and Cody. Seem to be getting a little something going here.
Still can learn so much, and these guys get the same amount of screen time, catching some fish, and even when they don't get to talk, they get to push their sponsors a little bit. You get to see what kind of gear they're using and how they're setting their boats up. Just a lot of good knowledge you can gain, and what to do, and sometimes what not to do on these systems that we fish. BJ mentioned there's a Bag of Walleye Club coming up, so guys kind of do this as a little bit of their pre-fish, see what's going
There's a lot of
on.
nice fish right here off to your left.
Easiest way to pre-fish will that work?
You get them? I got them too. Double.
Lefty's got Lefty's got one.
They're doubled up.
I think mine's pretty decent.
Ted's
want a net?
bouncing pretty hard.
I'll probably.
I got a
sheephead.
I got a walleye.
Boat flip them. There you go, Ted.
There you go, Ted.
There you go, Ted.
Broke him off in the floor.
I think
Bagel's not so. Well, hang on. I'll let you know in a minute if I like bagel now.
Ted just
that'll
go
go
flip the
pound.
keeper. I think.
Yeah, it
That'll go
looks like
pound
it to
for
me.
sure. Pounding the stats out this year on bagel. Zeros.
There was a little
There's like 4 or 5 of them sitting right there too.
Yep.
Look at that. Look at that. 1.2.
Heck yeah.
1 pound, 2 ounces.
I'm a contestant.
That's what I like to hear.
And Ted is on the board after 9.5 hours, actually 11.5 hours without a fish on Winnebago, without a
11
scoreable
plus
walleye.
hours to catch a fish on bagel.
He knows.
Yep.
Been cool if
He
those were
was-
both walleyes.
I've been reminding him.
Think he wasn't thinking about that? Yeah, he was thinking
They
about
say 1.2, correct?
Yep.
it. Correct.
They're still sitting there, so don't move.
Oh yeah, there's a pile of them there.
We're gonna let Big Ted clobber on some fish.
You don't let the wind catch you.
Got one on it right now.
Brody on point.
Yeah, they're getting a little something going here. John's on.
Willie.
Go for it. That might be a pound, Johnny boy.
Gonna be close.
They have time to get it done if they can keep chipping.
I think it's gonna be light, but it's gonna be close. Zeros?
Get that one back that Joe just got ahead of him. Show how important that one was.
Call 14.
Lots of fish tacos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Those might be perch.
Fish tacos.
There's a couple walleye in there.
The ones I'm looking at are definitely perch.
Definitely perch.
There's a walleye though.
Found one.
If I can single them out.
A lot of times those smaller schools of perch set up very similar to walleye. I actually dumped in yesterday on Nokomis for a couple hours and
perch, 100%.
scoped some dandy perch. B and I had to take off this morning. I actually let them go and had some mercy, but
I typically don't get that lucky.
they look like small walleyes.
There's walleye.
Lefties.
Got
in.
one?
I think so.
Nat? Coming at you. Told you them were walleye. Got them are perch. There's perch in there. Look at that.
That's a good one.
Bago gold.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's a bunch of perch around them. You got to like single them out.
Yeah. Like I've seen one or two swim by them, and you can see them.
Oh, I didn't even ruin my crawler. I like that. Gosh dang it. 0.
It's a good lesson from these guys today on that.
Zeros.
I think a lot of people have this preconceived notion that you're going to go out with live scope and those fish are out there and you're just going to go out and catch them. And
right.
Sometimes it's just the kind of a bite where even in a tournament you have to fish at 100.
Oh, baby.
1, 2.
1, 2.
This
Gives
one's a
them
little
commanding
nicer.
lead.
Oh,
yeah, it's a
Ted's
walleye.
got one.
I told you there was walleye in there.
1, 2.
Ted's line flipping them rather than rod
we
flipping
found
them.
a pod.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I like using the rod to flip them if I'm going to flip
Zeros.
them. You know, it's working for them so
A little
far.
bit of forgiveness there with the
They're
rod.
just
little
all
less
laying
with
right
the
there,
line,
too.
Yeah, I can see them.
Like they're not going to go anywhere. 1-5.
1-2 for Cody's and 1-5 for Ted's, and now these guys are working on a little Bago bag here.
Oh, there's fish down there. Does that count as a Bago double?
That indeed counts as a Bago double.
I would say.
1-5.
Oh, nice.
They're getting bigger.
They're getting bigger.
That 6-pounder I got in practice.
Yeah. Well, that'd be nice. Hang on, little buddy. I'll get another one.
Personal best on Winnebago.
1 hour. One good hour I've had on Bago. That's it.
That's right.
27 incher. God, I don't even think I took a picture of that fish. I got video.
Oh, buddy.
Not even good video, though.
Oh, not really.
It was actually pretty horrible video.
I just don't think I could believe I caught a 27 out of Bago.
Well, I think how you caught it is a remarkable feat, right?
Come on, eat.
Come on.
Time winding down here, and some teams in a spot to make a move.
On Jerline calling that on before he set the hook. I'm like, here we go. Get in the net. Target species.
Gonna be close.
Flop and drop.
Gonna be close.
Brody says, get that crap out of my way. I got work to do.
That's right.
Might be a pounder there.
Yeah. Looks very, very, very similar to the last one.
This one's a pounder. 1-0.
Where are these big ones?
Zeros. Dink.
Nope. Just a bit outside.
Darn. So close, yet so far. Jump back in with the Katowskis. They got a little life, but they're running out of time.
Oh, don't move, Nick.
Ooh. Maybe on one.
This one looked like it was going to be a runaway train in the first quarter.
Nickel and Golke came to a screeching halt, and now in the fourth, the Katowskis have some life. Fish. Uh-oh.
Nick's on. See if we get a target species here. They need one.
They need one bad.
Yep.
This looks right.
Lift. Nope.
Oh, damn it.
Oh.
What the fuck happened?
I don't know.
Oh.
Was he not close enough to get?
No. He was turned this way and...
And the double whammy.
We gotta sit down for 2 minutes too.
Oh.
Oh.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Fish came off.
Sorry, Greg.
Ouch.
Naughty word penalty. Ouch.
You starting it? Start the penalty.
No, I got to do it.
Oh, it says serve penalty on there, so.
Because it's 5 minutes, that's only good for 2 minutes.
Ooh, that one could be the big swing.
Nickel and Golke are on.
And they're on. No, wrong species.
Wrong size. It looked like a walleye when it came up.
I think I heard him say catfish. Must be a small cat.
Double. They sure look like walleye.
Double sheephead.
They sure look like walleye.
Cat, yeah. Sometimes those cats, you see that color and they're so similar.
I just made a mess now.
Profile similar, get a little algae in the water, you think, oh.
Yeah.
That is just the time that Katowski's did not need to get the penalty box.
No, I mean, 20 minutes left. Like, this is...
They need to not be in the penalty box. They might have just had one that would have brought them close to even.
Right.
Potentially, if that's a 2-pound.
It looked like a real nice one, too, didn't it?
It did look like it could have been one of those 2-pound fish. Kind of get a peek at his graph there. It looks like the Garmin not showing weeds right now.
Yeah, it seems like they've
stepped down the nets there.
They've slid away from the tall weeds anyways.
Now there you can see some in the back though on Damon's graph. Definitely some weeds around yet.
A little more scattered, sparse.
I feel like we saw one shot of them running from a different boat.
Yeah.
They may be on a different weed patch.
No,
or
they've been.
Maybe they went back to the same one.
I've been kind of watching them through the all-seeing eye. I think that they've moved around 3 or 4 times since we checked in with them the last time. I think that they made a stop at the mouth of the river for just a few minutes. Weren't feeling that decision. Now they're back on this sparse weed program, but I don't think that they're in the same area where they started.
The all-seeing eye, he says.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Okay. Back to business, hopefully.
Dadgummit.
Come on, we can do one more.
Yeah, I know, buddy. I'm trying.
Good. It's a good one.
Brody.
Score.
See Brody boat flipped a small walleye.
Another one might score. No, I just don't think so.
Umbaruski.
Dive on it.
Boy, and they've been cracking them here. That's like 3 in a row now.
Yeah.
3 real quick here in this quarter.
No. 12 ounces.
Rats.
12 ouncer on that one.
Good news is there's a bunch of fish up there. Bad news is they're not real big.
All right, we need 2 or 3 scoreable fish, and we're going to be just fine. He's obviously not in the money anymore.
Definitely nice with these head-to-head
I wonder if I should
matches.
go back to where them bigger ones were.
now that we're in that 1 pound minimum as opposed to when we started, we're at a 2 pound minimum. It was really brutal.
We'd have 3 fish on the scoreboard right now.
We had a lot of Dinkfest situations going on.
It was 1 3-pounder, man. And they're here.
God, it sounds so easy.
That's a good one, whatever it is.
Uh-oh.
Brody is hooked up with a good fish, but not sure if we have a target species here.
Feels like a sheephead.
No. No more sheep.
It's not, though.
Bucking pretty good.
Can't tell.
Drag's singing. That's usually a bad sign, and some rolling action there. It's a cat. He's calling catfish.
Yeah.
Whoa! Holy bananas! I've never seen one run like that, huh?
Almost pulled him in.
Hey, them are the right size marks, just wrong caliber. Wrong flavor.
Oh, it's a good one, too.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, if you catch that and it's a 7 pound walleye, you're sitting pretty good.
Yeah. Cast it off. Where's pliers? Had to be catfish at the buzzer. Man, this one's gonna be a struggle. Give me your lip.
How'd you like a no, like all species total weight on this system?
You would be able to put up some numbers.
Yeah.
That would be impressive.
You could do some fun stuff with that format. Or you can throw out, you get 1 fish a quarter of a different species.
Yeah.
We've always joked about that. We've never done anything like it. Or a combo deal. You know?
Right. First quarter walleye, second quarter sheephead, third quarter.
We could rotate walleye bass too.
We could, yeah.
Cody and Ted seem to figure this out in the second half pretty well. Comfortable lead. Moots is having a tough day.
Very tough. Cody's on.
Lefty's hooked up again.
Yeah. Old clubber here.
Rock bass.
Oh.
First one of those we've seen.
That's bad. That usually takes you back to 0. That's bad. By our boat rules, typically rock bass set you back to 0.
Yeah. You want to eat dinner tonight?
No, can't keep them, remember?
Can keep some rock bass.
A lot of fish I'd like to fry up tonight.
Pretty much done deal, it seems like, for these guys right now. 7-9 seems to be.
Yeah, I mean they've put together quite the performance here after some zeros on Bago. Katowskis have found their way out of the penalty box
Out
after
of the doghouse.
losing a good one.
Boy, and they're close here.
Yeah.
I know they can feel that pain right now. You can see it.
2 pounds, 2 ounces separate these two teams right now.
By the sounds of things, Nick could see that fish.
Uh-oh. Fish on.
And just trying to make up for it right now.
Yep.
Oh.
That one's gonna
Nick looked like Spider-Man right there with the net.
That one's gonna count.
He covered 20 foot of boat in half a second.
Good boy,
with the
Andrew.
net in tow.
That was super aggressive.
Popped?
6 minutes, and they're not quitting. These guys are not quitting.
Like popping?
I came like 2-3 feet off the bottom for that thing. Come on, open your mouth, man.
It was suspended?
Yeah. Come on.
Could pull them within a fish here.
1-2.
Okay, 1-2.
1-2. Definitely gonna score, and that brings them within 1 pound even.
Yeah, now they got to get rid of those two next.
One more, 15 minutes, boys. The timer's on.
One weighable fish, and these guys, they know what just happened.
You got this, Andy. Come on.
They have the right
Come
attitude.
on.
Attaboy.
First head-to-head W on Winnebago ever for the Katowskis, and they are a pound back right now.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Not.
Die Hard's on.
Don't know how big though.
Alex
Ooh,
calling walleye. Like a nice one. This might be
Fighting
bad
it like a nice one.
Be a pound.
Oh, it does look, it's long.
Come on.
It's long.
It's gonna be so close.
Oh.
He might make it, dude. It's
close.
He really might.
So close.
Zeros?
Looked better when it came over the side.
Yes, it did. Guys, well,
In
we
his hand, it's like
did some running around and scrambled the last hour and a half trying to find something, and just went back to what we were doing this morning because couldn't find anything better.
Left the door open.
One-three locked in.
Oh, got him by an ounce.
Buzzer beater. Buzzer beater. Good call.
1-3.
Now they are back up 2 pounds, 1 ounces.
Okay, phone.
What are you thinking? What am I thinking? I'm thinking we need
2 pounds, 3
at
ounces.
least another one. I mean, another scoreable. While that running around, did we waste some time? Maybe. But
2 pounds, 3 ounces. So.
We let them reload, maybe.
Yeah, we went an hour without a fish here, hour and a half without a scoreable after we went on that little 3-fish scoreable.
But they're not loaded in here like we were seeing this morning. We couldn't execute the bite earlier, and I think we know what we need to do, but they're just not reacting the same way. Not the same, thump, chase and thump that they were doing. I don't know. We knew it was
we had to try something else,
Yeah, we
kind of knew we were up by a little bit, and we had a little bit of time to run around and try to get on a hot bite, and that hot bite did not work. So,
in practice, we even seen that we had to go through some fish to get some of them scoreables. Same thing, in that tournament this weekend, we had to weed through quite a few small ones, but we're not even getting the small ones to go right now. So it's
a grind.
It's just a grind, and we kind of figured that with the conditions being super flat, calm. But I think the clouds overall are helping us, because if we had sunlight, this would really turn them off or really push them to the bottom, which is what we, seen Saturday when we only put 2 fish on our card. Got super sunny and the fish just turned off.
There were 2 of the right fish, so I'll take them 2 fish right now.
Yeah, we definitely would take them 2 fish right now. But we got a few more minutes. We just got to execute 1, 2 more bites in short order, and
I just
hope that
it's tough.
Nick and Andrew don't, wallop on that 4th quarter that they always usually.
I got a fish.
Wallop on.
I got one.
Alex got one.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
They need one.
They need one. One more to secure this is going to be so huge. I mean, 2 pounds is a big gap right now, but the Katowskis are on one.
Sheep's head.
Sheep.
See, it's...
Gotta go quick.
You know what I talked about in the morning when they're seeing those fish high, that those fish were on.
Uh-oh. Andrew's on.
Better one.
Andrew is looking for some redemption here.
Yeah. Big one.
Uh-oh. Big one.
Must have seen it. Oh boy.
Oh. No. Oh gosh.
Get her over here.
There we go.
Boy!
Oh, that's going to be right there at that 2-3.
I let that drop right on him.
That's all right.
Just let it sit.
Okay.
That's all I did.
Hurry up and get another one.
Did a boy! Oh, right through the snout.
Nice fish, kid.
Oh, that's huge. Oh my goodness.
Grab a gill on it.
This is a good fish today.
Zeros. Oh, Nick, they got another one.
It's all right.
Fighting through the adversity.
No
Fighting through
kidding.
the lost fish.
2-pounder. No way.
What's it gonna be?
2.7. All right.
Wow.
Keep working.
That's going to put him in the lead.
That's gonna put him in the lead
10 minutes left.
with less
that beauty.
than 10 minutes left.
2.7.
Good fish.
It's about a 2.5 pounder, the best fish we've seen today.
We need another one, Andrew.
Yep.
Let's go.
2.7.
Yep.
Record new catch. Andrew, 2 pounds, 7 ounces. Let's go, dude.
What are we back?
4 ounces.
4 ounces.
Yeah.
4 ounces in the right direction for the Katowskis.
Let's go.
Just awesome to watch them battle through that lost fish that they had
Yeah,
at the boat.
that was
I think
huge.
They saw it.
I think that's sheep.
This one's still within reach either way. Neither of these teams really got on the quality fish today.
No. Both of these teams struggled to get it going. Eric's on.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I'd net a maybe.
Yeah.
I'm going more and more. Yes. Yep.
Got better. It got better.
That one's in the mouth. Yes, sir.
That's
yes,
not a maybe.
sir.
That is not a maybe. That is a yes, absolutely.
Good job.
Barely in the mouth, too. Got him in the front lip. This is a porker.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yep. Yep. This one's going to be a heavier one. So, locked in, 2-2? Yep. 2-2, Eric. Nice.
Good fish for those guys. Puts that gap on Clausen Ackley. 414 for a total.
Yeah, that's putting that one just about out of distance.
Yeah.
With less than 10 minutes
again?
to
We got
go.
2. Yep, caught 2. Better keep moving.
See if these guys have an answer.
Uh-oh.
They might have an
Sheephead.
answer. Sheephead.
I gotta go quick.
Ooh.
Below the gunnel. Below the gunnel.
Yep, I know.
Non-target species.
Wasted it.
Right mindset.
Yeah.
Hustle, hustle,
Hustle, hustle, hustle.
Hey, that fish did the same thing the ones are doing this morning, though. I got to get back in that thicker stuff. Are you still hitting that thick stuff?
I'm hitting those smaller patches, but
Okay, let's get in that thicker stuff.
yeah. I think you just need to slide to your left a little bit, but I'm getting some fish to react in these small little clumps too, which is just.
I don't think they're walleye, though.
Yeah, they're not reacting the same.
Because that fish did the same thing the ones did this morning, dude. He tailed right down to it and hit it right away.
And then walleyes just ain't doing that.
Okay. Take a breath. 14 minutes. Gotta put a few more fish in the boat.
They came in short order this morning. Let's work it. I don't know if it's quite this short order, but we can make it happen.
Tense moments in both of these boats.
Great attitude. These guys probably don't know that they're down 4 ounces right now.
Right into that big patch of weeds. No. Don't go in there.
Got him.
Oh,
Got him?
That's a sheephead.
Sheephead?
Yeah.
All right.
Never mind. Walleye. Good one.
Oh, never mind. Hey,
5
never
minutes
mind.
remaining. Things are firing up.
That's
a walleye, without a doubt.
Got it?
Is a really nice looking
And the way he
sheephead,
was
Cody.
I'm sure it was a sheephead.
Zero. Got it?
Yep. $111.
Nice fish.
Mm-hmm.
$111.
putting together a pretty respectable bag.
Yeah, with
half,
as tough as it's been.
All second half for these guys.
There we go.
Crazy to think that this
nice
team
looking
was
fish.
sitting on 0 just a few quarters ago. Oh,
Be a pound. Come on. It looks 15 ounces, but.
Boy, close.
Is this the uppercut?
Close. It's going to be close.
Oh, dude, he's going to be so close.
4 minutes left, down 4 ounces.
Yeah, you can tell they're eating it.
Is this one going to go a pound?
Let go of it. It's right in the roof. Okay. Okay, come on. Bastard. Ow. Okay, we got to make sure this is zeros. Zeros.
Ooh.
Moment
I don't know.
Moment of truth.
Guys. Oh, man.
Oh, got it.
They got it. They got it.
Locked in, 1 pound.
1
pound, right? I'm 0. I'm putting it in for you. I'm putting it in for you.
Turns the lead right back over.
There he goes.
Blow for blow, head-to-head style.
Yep.
Dude, it's coming down to the wire. They got. We're only 12 ounces back.
Oh my, 12 ounces ahead?
12 ounces ahead.
Oh, okay.
They're only 12 ounces back.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Gotta catch another one.
my goodness.
They know that they were down.
3 minutes
They
left.
didn't know they were down.
No.
Now they know that they were down. So they're like
Nail biting.
feeling the pressure now.
Nail biting.
On point maybe for Andrew?
Maybe. Ooh.
I thought he was going to set the hook.
Come on. Come on. No.
Yes. Let's go.
Right back to Alec and Damon.
That's a good one.
And that's a good one.
That is a good down the hatch. Hey, he was off the edge.
Off the edge?
Off the edge. 2 of them.
Just watching every detail.
Yeah.
Never quit, man. Let's go.
Never give up.
Wow.
Zeros?
Match of the day right here, without a doubt.
Okay, yep, that's okay. Just make sure. Zeros? Okay.
Right down to the wire.
Absolute head-to-head drama. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been on the edge of my seat here this whole period.
Hey, Damon, you want to get ready to enter?
I'm ready.
Okay. It isn't giving me the level. There it is.
11.
1 pound, 11 ounces.
Locked in?
Yep, locked in. 111.
111 puts the Katowskis back over 2 pounds.
Submit new catch, baby. Let's go. Come on.
What's that?
We got a couple seconds here.
What's that?
Huge.
These guys are looking at fish. Boy, they need a decent fish right now. Looking for another one like that last one. A 2.7 would tie it up.
Just turn it around quick.
Yeah,
You
for
got 30 seconds.
I was thinking that too, but I was like, well, 1 minute left. I'm not going to spin us around. Man, it'll be interesting to see if we hold it on. That was a run for them guys.
2 pounds,
Right.
7 ounces.
Cast.
Katowski's needed exactly 1 more of those nice ones.
Oh, I seen that mark. All right.
Lines out.
That'll do it.
Do we hold on? Do we?
Wow. That'll be fun. If you want to see the reactions from both of those teams, you'll have to catch us tomorrow on the Sports Couch. We'll have all of the interviews. But what started as a really slow day, kind of a snoozer, turned into quite the finish here on Winnebago.
Yeah, you know, it took a while to develop today. It looked like first quarter we had 3 teams really heat up fast. Yeah. And just as fast as they heat up, they went right down the tubes and quieted down into the halftime. Third quarter, a little bit of jumping around, and these guys picked it up. And just in, like I'd said, in true head-to-head fashion, we had a good old-fashioned shootout.
Yeah, right till the very end.
Right down to the buzzer.
Yeah, that was awesome. We'll take a look at that final scoreboard, see how the scores landed to end this one. Event number 5, and Dawn and Yoder are now 5-0. A strong fourth quarter for them, 8-9 for a total today. Very strong. Grams, those 2 fish towards the end of the match, all they had to show for it. But Dawn and Yoder are looking automatic at this point.
Man, they were just quiet, workmanlike, plugging away. Like I said, very patient. They just seemed to know, okay, we're going to get enough. We're going to get just what we need here. So we're going to pick this place apart, slow and steady, and they get it done. Grams and Grams had not a bad day today. They went swinging for big fish on the upper lakes, put a couple of those quality fish in the boat. Just not quite enough bites up there.
Right. And then tough day for the Mootses, zeros across the board there, but Miller and Solberg really turned it on in that second half with that 1 fish in the second quarter, and then 3-0 and 5-4 to end their day. Put together a really strong total, the strongest total of the day for a team that was zeros through the first quarter. So strong day for them. Not much from the Mootses today. Unfortunately, they never got their program going, but Ted and Cody are looking real strong right now.
Good second half for Ted and Cody. You know, they stayed on those fish. They were on a lot of fish, looking at a lot of them, couldn't get them to react at all in the morning, but you know, it was the second half of the day bite for them, late morning, and it worked out. They took the advantage of it. Mootses started out with their trolling program, you know, tried a little live scope, and it looked like they potentially lost a few key bites there, but you know, that's Winnebago for you. She can be tough out there.
Absolutely. And then the match that we watched right till the very end, which was not really much of a match until the very end. Katowski's with a big comeback attempt, 2-10-3-9 for a total of 6-3, but Alec Nickel and Damon Golke slammed the door shut in the fourth quarter, put up 3-14 to end their day for a total of 8-10, beat them by 2-7, the exact weight of that big one that we saw Andrew catch there at the tail end of the day for the Katowskis. Just too little too late for the Katowskis.
In so many ways, that was my favorite match of the day. I mean, Katowski's put it all out there today. They started out in the river. They moved all over, got out on the lake, finally found some fish. I mean, they kept that boat moving until they got on them. And when they did, they capitalized. They did a great job. They had 1 fish get off at the net that might have been a difference maker, might haunt them a little bit. Yeah. I thought they worked really hard to get their first win, and you know, they took the lead in the fourth quarter. Right. I thought they were going to pull off their first Winnebago win. But Nickel and Golke on the flip side, they started out hot. Their fish petered off. They quick burned around to try to get on some more fish. But in a very veteran move, they went back to those fish. The only thing they had, well, you know, we can't find any more. Let's go. We know there is a few. They put those key fish in the boat and got the win. It was really impressive. Very good job.
Absolutely. Teams. And that was a technical masterclass on live scoping weeds with Nickel and Golke. That was impressive.
Both boats, very good fishing today for sure.
And then the one that looked like it could be a 1-1 tie for the longest time, Ackley and Kloss versus McCoy and Lobbs. McCoy and Lobbs 3-14 to finish that deal off. Drake Hurd came in clutch with a couple catches, being the net man for Eric McCoy, 4-14 on their day, and they're still waiting there at 4-1, just waiting for Dawn and Yoder to slip. Don't know if it's going to happen, and those two do meet down the line. I believe it's the next event where we see number 1 and number 2 go at it. But for this one, McCoy and Lobbs got through it, 4-14 for a total, knocking off Kloss and Ackley. Really surprised to see those low weights from these two boats.
Well, you know, Eric and Steve had a little bit of a hiccup when the one match they lost on Winnebago. Just couldn't get those fish to bite. You know, it's not something that Eric, obviously being one of the best live scopers we have in our field, but still not a ton of Winnebago experience, hasn't had to go through the misery that some of us veterans have gone through on Winnebago system yet. So, you know, he's finding out that sometimes, yeah, these fish are tough, but, you know, he got the job done today. Him and Drake moved the boat around really well, tried a bunch of fish, eventually got on just enough to get the job done. And that's one of those weights where it could go either way. But, you know, Ackley and Klaus, they had a lot of fish today.
Absolutely.
They just were not, you know, there were so many of those fish that were just a little bit too short, and that ended up costing them today.
Yep, and then Joe Okada keeps it rolling. That one even really cemented his win in the fourth quarter there. 5-9 for Joe Okada, 2-15 for Darlene and Barry Ochoa. Another masterclass in scoping weeds with Joe Okada today. Great performance out of both of these boats. As I look at the seeding, there was no movement today. None of the upsets happened. There was no flip-flopping. So Event 5's a wash, really. Some critical wins for some teams that didn't really need the wins, and some losses for some teams that really could have used a turnaround in their season. It's starting to become evident. The top is separating from the bottom in this league, and things are moving and shaking here, and we have a great finish in store.
Correct. It seems like those top 4 teams that I talked about at the beginning that just had that gut feeling. Like I say, I'm trying to be pretty partial, and I root for everybody here. And I feel like the top 4 had separation, and all of them won today, the ones that I mentioned pre-show. Joe's kind of in that middle ground. He got another win, which is super critical for him today. That keeps him in the hunt. He is definitely alive and well, and definitely going to be dangerous in the playoffs if he makes it. So things are looking, you know, pretty similar. Like you said, it really didn't shake things up a whole lot.
No, not at all.
Event 6 back on the bay.
Yeah. We'll slide on over and take a look at that Sportomotive match of the day, and there is no doubt at all it goes to this one right here. We talked about it before we went to Lines In. This matchup right here had all the makings of a great, very close matchup, and that's what it ended up being. Alec Nickel, Damon Golke pull off the victory with 8-10. Big fish of a 2 even, but those numbers right there, 10 total caught, including dinks. They were on a bunch of fish. That seemed to be the X factor. They moved around a bunch. I thought it might be the kiss of death for them when the Katowskis started to make that comeback. Right. Katowski's a strong day, 6-3, big fish of a 2-7, but not catching their first fish until 9:40. We end at 11. There's an hour and 20 minutes left. Even in these tight weight matchups, it's very difficult to overcome that much of a time difference. And tail of the tape goes to Nickel and Golke. Congrats to those guys defending that number 3 seed and staying in the hunt for a number 1 seed spot if someone slips up.
Right. You think one nice fish out of that whole river pattern, those guys went from 41 to the pilings, Oshkosh Avenue, Wisconsin Avenue, mouth of the river. Just could not get one stinking walleye bite out of there. They filled the boat with sheephead, and it just, you know, it was just too slow of a start for them to overcome. They almost had it. I think that difference, I think that last fish that Golke and Nickel caught at the end probably takes a little way of the pain of that one that those guys lost at the net, because they did lose a good fish there. And I mean, that's fishing. You got to count on some of that happening, and they did a great job of really making it interesting and making it fun for us, for our viewers. It was just a good head-to-head battle all around.
Without a doubt. We are out of really the thick of head-to-head run here. We've been back-to-back weeks. We're in a little gap now. We'll be back with the Walleye League in a little while, but some guys have got to take this little mid-season break to make some adjustments. Spend some time on the water together. If you think that you want to make a run at the playoffs, now is the time to make those adjustments, and no time like the present, but like you mentioned, we're headed to Green Bay for the next one, West Shore only. What do you anticipate that being like late July?
I mean, a lot of it's wind dependent, you know, when you start talking West Shore only. When we start talking about fishing the bay in July, you're thinking, well, what's the weather pattern? I want to fish where the wind's blowing in. So if the wind's blowing in, we get some of that northeast, southeast crashing in on the West Shore. that could set up for a really good bite. But on the other hand, on the flip side, if we have strong west winds and it pulls out, you know, it could make things a little bit tougher. So a lot of it is weather dependent for sure at that time of the year.
Absolutely. Well, for all of us here, we'd like to thank all of you guys for sticking with us this entire time. Like we said, if you want to catch all the interviews, be sure to tune in to Fix TV, Facebook, and YouTube over on the Sports Couch tomorrow. We'll have all of the post-show goodness, interviews from anglers, some hot takes. We'll see how we did with our picks. But for right now, we'd like to thank all of our friends, all of our family out there, all of our partners with the Guide Directory, Fin Fanatic Fishing Charters, and Die Hard Angling. Give those guys a shout out. And then all of our sponsors, The Real Shot, Old Goat, Cast Again Tackle, Cedar Lake Sales, Comparian Insurance, Fox River Marine, Sportimotive, and Van Ert Remodeling. Thank all of you for allowing this programming to come straight to you guys. Be sure to support the sponsors that support Head to Head to keep this thing rolling. Until next time, Nick, Tyler, I think we're out of here.
Thanks for tuning in today. We'll see you at the next one.
Oh, it is a walleye.
Yep, I think so. Little guy. Never mind. Dink. Should still weigh him. Decent.
Hang on. There. They didn't want to come up. Nice. Good one. Might not, though. Looks like one of them. Big. Hey, this is a better one. Go, that will make it count. Good. Okay. Good work. Let's go. Hopefully that's a foul. Oh, got him.
Big, but we can pray. We can pray. Oh, that fish. We're lifting. Oh boy. I don't think that's gonna be a walleye. Would have been a nice one, but wasn't in the mouth. One. Nice one. Gator. Let's go! Come on, Speedy, let's go! Come on, man! That's a good one. Another one. Get him? Yeah, baby.